nicht diese Töne, sondern lasst uns angenehmere anstimmen. Und betreten feuertrunken himmlische dein Heiligtum. Deine Zauber binden wieder, was die Mode streng geteilt. Alle Menschen werden Brüder, wo dein sanfter Flügel weilt. Deine Zauber binden wieder, was die Mode streng geteilt. Alle Menschen werden Brüder, wo dein sanfter Flügel wie der große Mut gelungen, eines Freundes Freund zu sein, der ein holdes Weib errungen, mische seinen Blumen an, der auch eine Seele seinen auf den Erdengrund und festigen Wunderstille weinen sich aus diesem Grund.
This is the April 6, 2023 Planning Commission hearing. I will now call the hearing to order at 1 p.m. Mrs. Esparza, can we please have a roll call?
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. I'll go ahead and take roll call. Chair Bonderson.
Here.
Vice Chair Bauke is absent. Commissioner Boss.
Present.
Commissioner DeLuccio.
Here.
Commissioner Lodge.
Here.
Commissioner Wardlow.
Here.
And Commissioner Wiscombe.
Here.
You have quorum. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Esparza. And with that, let's move on to our preliminary matters. Let us start with A, request for continuances, withdrawals, postponements, and ex-agenda items. Ms. DeBusk, do we have any of these?
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. We have none.
Thank you. And do we have any announcements or appeals?
Also none.
Thank you. So now we will go on to item C, which is review, consideration, and action for the following draft Planning Commission minutes for March 16, 2023, and resolution number 00123. I'll open this up to my fellow commissioners. Are there any Planning Commissioner comments for these minutes, March 16 minutes? Commissioner Wiscombe, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank staff and Ms. Ostringer for making the changes. I know we kind of did that on the fly during the meeting, so I appreciate what went into it, and I'm personally fine with the minutes. Thank you.
Very good. And I don't see any other, Commissioner DeLuccio, please.
I'm just going to make a motion to move the minutes.
Just a moment, okay?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Just hold on for motions until I ask for them. Next, we have to ask if there are any public speaker comments for any of the minutes or resolutions.
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. Currently, we do not have any speaker slips to speak on the minutes approval, and I do not have any raised hands, so back to you.
Thank you very much. So now I can go ahead and entertain a motion for the March 16, 2023 minutes and resolutions number 001-23. Commissioner DeLuccio, would you like to?
I wanted to say those minutes are very concise. The first set I've seen, they're very concise and they're very helpful, and I will move the minutes.
Thank you. Do we have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. So we have a motion from Commissioner DeLuccio, a second from Commissioner Lodge. Can we please have a roll call vote, Ms. Esparza?
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. I'll take the roll call vote. Commissioner Boss.
Yes.
Commissioner DeLuccio.
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge.
Yes.
Commissioner Wardlow.
Yes.
Commissioner Wiscombe.
Yes.
And Chair Bonderson.
Yes, thank
Motion
you.
passes. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we are moving on to item 2D, which is comments from members of the public pertaining to items that are not on today's agenda. Ms. Esparza, do we have anyone in person or remote who would like to give public comment at this time?
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. Starting with virtual public comment, if anyone wanted to speak on general public business, please raise your hand and we can call on you. Not seeing any raised hands for general public comment, and I do not have any speaker slips for general public comment. We did receive 4 submissions from Catherine Vincenti, which was distributed to the commission prior to the meeting. Back to you.
Thank you very much. So with that, we will move on to item 3, which is new item to be heard today. We will begin with a project located at 2501 Medcliff Road. Do any commissioners have any ex parte communication that they need to disclose at this time for this project? I see none. So we will have our city project planner, Ms. Kelly Broadison, here to present the staff presentation. The floor is yours when you're ready, Ms. Broadison.
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. Yes, as you announced, 2501 Medcliff Road is the project I'm presenting today. Let's see. The project site is located on the mesa, kind of on the western side of the mesa, south of Cliff Drive and east of the Douglas Family Preserve, as you can see on this slide. It's approximately 24,000 square feet, and it's zoned E3, single-family residence, and it's also in the coastal zone. The project description consists of demolishing the existing one-story residence with a one-bedroom and one bath, and constructing a two-story, approximately 3,900 square foot residence with 580 square feet of garage attached by a breezeway, and a 478 square foot below-grade basement. The project also includes 2 on-site guest parking spots and a pool. 2 oak trees are proposed to be removed, and 3 36-inch box tree replacements are proposed. The required applications that are being reviewed by your commission today are a coastal development to allow the new home to be developed in the appealable jurisdiction of the coastal zone, and also that you determine the project's categorically exempt from further environmental review pursuant to CEQA Guidelines 15303. Just to give a little background of the parcel, a tentative subdivision map was approved for this site in 2010, and the approval consisted of subdividing 2 larger parcels into 4. So you can see this is this is a picture of the subdivision map showing that there was two parcels originally, and those 2 horizontal lines show the subdivision. 3 of those parcels contained existing residents, and one of the parcels, as we saw at the site visit, was vacant. The current project has developed the front parcel that we visited on Tuesday morning, parcel C, located at 2501 Medcliff Road. And with approval of that subdivision, the setbacks were increased from a minimum of 6 feet to 20, and there was also a new access driveway to serve all the lots, and all public improvements along the street frontage on Medcliff were installed. So, the project was also reviewed for consistency with the California Coastal Act and the local coastal plan. The subject parcel is developed with a single-family residence in a neighborhood that is prevalent with 2-story residences. Even though the city does not protect private views, impacts to views are not anticipated with this structure because of the location and design of the project. The subject parcel and neighborhood have existing services, and no significant impact related to services is anticipated. The project was also reviewed, as I said, for consistency with the local coastal plan. The project site is east of Arroyo Burro Beach and Douglas Family Preserve, and the project site has been reviewed by Single Family Design Board. The project will require final design review from the Single Family Design Board subsequent to today's hearing. Regarding parking, this map shows, oops, that's the wrong slide. Parking shows areas that could have the potential to be impacted by nearby public areas. And you can see the project site is right here. And it is just outside of the 2 areas that would be mainly impacted by parking. However, in lieu of that, the project is proposing 2 on-site additional parking spots. Also, this map shows areas that has potential public impacts to views, and you can see again, this project is not located in any of those areas. The project was also reviewed by the Single Family Design Board on 3 occasions, and the applicant worked with the board to reduce the floor area and improve the architectural articulation. They studied the massing of the second story along the north elevation, which is facing Medcliff. And the Single Family Design Board they forwarded the project to Planning Commission for discretionary review. And as I said, it will return to Single Family Design Board for further review. Here's an elevation showing the front of the house as seen from Medcliff. On the left is the garage, the breezeway, and then the main part of the house. And these are the east and west elevations that's seen from the neighbors. Project was also reviewed for environmental review, and as I stated, it's found exempt from further environmental review under CEQA Section 15303, which allows for new construction or conversion of small structures. And in conclusion, staff recommends that the Planning Commission approve the project, making the findings in the staff report, and also subject to the conditions of approval in Exhibit A. And that concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available for further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Bronson. Next, we will hear from the applicant. And I'm going to ask you, before you begin and before we begin the timer, just that you introduce yourself and share your title, your relationship to the project, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Trish Allen. I'm with SEPS. Can you hear me okay? I'm the agent for the property owners processing this project.
Thank you.
I have a very brief presentation. Ms. Broadison has covered all the details.
Before you begin, let me just ask Mrs. Esparza to start the timer. And
Oh,
remember,
sure.
if there's for any reason you don't use your full time, we will allow you to use it to respond to comments afterwards. So we're just going to keep the time and let you know what is remaining. When you're ready.
Thank you. Okay, so up on the board, I just have the project cover sheet that shows that rendering that Ms. Broadison showed the commission, and really just the project statistics. I'm sorry, I kind of got ahead of myself. I'm here with the property owners. They met some of you out at the site visit. And the architect, Will Gray, was not feeling well today and decided that he should stay home, but he is with us virtually. And if there's any questions you have that are more specific to the architecture, he's available. The next slide, and this is in your packet, your plan packet as well, just photos of the site, just to understand the setting there. I don't think I need to spend any time of it. I believe if you weren't at the site visit, that you had a chance to go by and observe the neighborhood. I also have the parcel map shown up on the slide. This is background that Ms. Broadison covered. The orientation is the other way. The subject site is shown as parcel C in this image. And you can note that when the subdivision went to Planning Commission for approval, it included development envelopes and, of course, a list of project conditions. And this project is consistent with that approval. Next, we have the proposed site plan, and I just have a couple of points to make. Really, the intent, the design intent of this project is, as we noted, that it's very kind of rural feeling on this part of the mesa. This particular property has quite a few existing trees and nice landscaping, and the majority of the trees will be retained. The project will use the existing curb cut that accesses the existing residence. That's the primary access. And as we saw at the site, there is another driveway access to the west of the property that serves the other properties, the 3 other parcels that were part of that subdivision. And that is a private road. The project site, there will be very minimal changes to the existing grades. It's a pretty flat lot. And the proposed residence is located pretty far away from Medcliff, just as the existing residence is. Comes a little bit closer, but the project is well within the allowances and the setbacks. I just want to spend a little bit of time on the landscape plan. I apologize that the landscape architect wasn't able to make it this afternoon. I try to have them here if at all possible. And so we did look at the tree removals are near the pool area. These were staked out at the site, basically in this area. We had an arborist evaluate those and look at the replacements and the mitigations. So we do have 3 36-inch box live oak replacements that are proposed. And there's quite a few trees. There's quite a few existing trees, and we have overall 14 new trees being installed. That would include those oak trees that I just mentioned. And then in addition to that number, we have 10 fruitless olives that really surround those uncovered parking spaces that we were talking about. This street, as you can imagine, being close to the Douglas Family Preserve and the Mesa Lane steps down to the beach, on nice days like today, the street is filled with public parking, and so it was really important to my clients to have some off-street parking available for their guests. The landscape architect's approach was to maintain the park-like setting that I mentioned. They also have proposed jacarandas here to the left of the driveway to introduce some seasonal color. And then the other tree selections are really intended to balance the tree species, the oak grove. And with that, I'd like to just let you know that we're here and available for your questions. Pretty straightforward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. And Mrs. Sparza, could you please just tell us how much time is left on the timer in case she would like to use her time again?
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. The applicant has 10 minutes and 19 seconds left.
Thank you. Okay, well, next we want to see if there may be anyone here in the gallery or remotely for public comment.
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. Opening up public comment. I do not have any speaker slips for this item. Should anyone in the gallery want to speak on this item, please fill out a speaker slip and give it to me, and we can call on you. Turning to virtual, if anyone participating virtually would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and we can call on you.
Thank you, Mrs. Sparza. So now I'm going to turn to my fellow commissioners for questions. I would like to, oh, I'm sorry.
No,
Did I
it's
miss
okay.
something? I missed the remote.
Just I don't have any raised hands, so I can go ahead and close that and just inform the commission that we did receive the 2 correspondents from Paulina Kahn and Ann Bronstein prior to the meeting. Back to you.
Thank you. Sorry to cut you off. I didn't even realize that you were mid-thought. My apologies. So now I will officially turn to my fellow colleagues and ask if anyone would like to speak first for questions. Okay, we have Commissioner DeLuccio. Please go ahead.
Just for clarification, page 5, the FAR that is used as a guideline, not a requirement, correct?
Chair Bonderson and Commissioner DeLuccio, yes, it's only a guideline for lots of 15,000 square feet or more.
Thank you. So currently, how much of the lot how much buildings are on the lot currently? Is it just 5% of the, because I know the lot's like 25,000 square feet. How much is built out so far? That's not correct, the number on here. On page 5, it says that 23% is of the lot is built out. I think it's 5%. I think if you take 1,200 into 25,000, it would be 5% of the lot.
Commissioner Bonderson and Chair Bonderson, Commissioner, that's probably a typographical error. It's a small one-story house on a large.
And also,
Just
and
to
so,
clarify,
Hold on,
excuse
hold on.
me, Commissioner DeLuccio, just to clarify, the city's FAR for single-family residence is different than a typical floor area ratio, so you're probably correct that the floor area to lot size is 5%. Per the required calculation in our ordinance, it is I think, 26% that's listed in the staff
no,
report.
I understand that, but it actually says 53% on page 5. It should be 26.
Okay.
I just want to be clear what we currently have here and what it's going to become. Realizing, my understanding is that the FAR, the final FAR will be determined by the single-family design review board. Is that correct?
Commissioner DeLucia, yes, and again, it's just a guideline for these larger lots, so.
And currently, it's built out at 96% of the FAR,
Of-
correct?
Yes, correct. Which would be allowed. That doesn't mean the whole lot is developed at 96%. It's just the allowable floor area to the ratio of
I
the
mean,
lot size.
It's 25% currently that would be built out.
Correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And next, we have Commissioner Boss, please.
Thank you. A couple of questions for this site. I understand it's demolishing one building and development of a new building, and I want to make sure I understand that it does not help meet our regional housing needs allocation figures at all, correct?
Commissioner Boss, that's correct.
Thank you. And I'm sorry I missed the site visit. I'm not sure if it was discussed. Will the owners live in the home or rent, and will it be affordable if it's being rented?
Commissioner Bonderson Chair Bonderson and Commissioner Boss, it's not required that they live in the house, and if they do not live in the house and they do determine that they want to rent it out at some point, it's not required to be affordable.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from my fellow commissioners at this time? No, so I'm going to ask a couple questions myself. I assume that this question can be directed to the applicant. I wanted to have a little bit of information with regard to drawing A1.0. It may be useful to have it up on the screen.
Is that the site plan?
It is the site plan, yes. Now, I have it at a really small scale. Hopefully, it'll be easier to read when we put it up there. I was going to specifically zoom in on the gate, if that helps, if anyone can do that for us. On my screen here, I can zoom in, and I'll read the comment, the label, so you'll know where I'm headed. It says 5-foot by 14-foot wood gate with battery backup and manual release. Note, a parking waiver is requested to allow the proposed remote actuated driveway gate to be less than 20 feet from the front property line. And that's a new proposed gate, I understand. It wasn't there when we were at the site. A couple questions about this gate. I was interested to understand how, to the applicant, how many other properties along this, in this neighborhood have gates?
Oh, thank you, Chair Bonderson. That's a really good question. I don't believe I surveyed the neighborhood for other driveway gates. There's a fair amount of foot traffic, and I know my clients that do intend to live there and continue to raise their family there and maybe have a pet. Have a pet? Yes. Are seeking to just have security for the children and the pets. So and I apologize, in presentation mode, I don't know how to zoom in on that feature.
It's okay. I read it I read it just so that we know what's written there, and it's tiny on my printouts as well.
Sure. Transportation staff was supportive of the waiver. It's just a tiny bit closer. It's really a function of the road curvature and
The
where-
road coming in or the curve of the parking spots?
Because at one point, we're just a little bit closer to the sidewalk on this side because the road is curving. So I think on this side, we're meeting the requirement of 20 feet. The idea is that they want enough space for a car to pull in while the gate is opening.
Yes, no, I
And-
understand
and
that.
not
I was
block
just
the
curious to
right-of-way.
understand why it wasn't put further into the site to actually be inside I believe it's a 20-foot
think it was
setback it
just
needs to rest within, and we have the
design-
space here, so why, it was just a design issue?
Preference, yeah.
When I was at the site visit and I was leaving, I did a little lap to try to see if there were any other gates. I didn't see any. It doesn't mean they weren't there. And perhaps I can see behind you, your owner may want to speak on this. I don't mind if you come on up.
Yeah, hi, my name's Katie Graffiti. I'm one of the co-owners of the property. So yes, actually directly behind, so we own both lots. We're only developing the front lot, as you know. Behind that second lot, there's actually a gate on the other side of that private road. And then actually on one corner of the private road, I think there might even be two.
How about on Metcalfe? That's the question I have. On the main public street, I didn't see any. That doesn't mean I may have missed one. Do you know of one?
Yeah, I'm trying to think if on the private road on Medcliff,
Maybe one.
And there's certainly off, the road off, Medcliff, sorry to interrupt, but the road, what's the road off Medcliff?
Mesa Lane?
No, the one that cul-de-sac, where they have just the small boat on your side.
oh, yeah.
Gates on that street.
Yeah, I mean, we can definitely go back and look, but I think
it's
there
okay.
might be one on Medcliff where there's a similar situation of a private road, almost like a half block past our, I mean, I guess we could look on a map that way.
I just want to share why I'm bringing this up.
Yeah.
Because from my just quick visual analysis, I didn't feel like the gate was in character with the rest of the neighborhood. And because it's not only proposed, but it's also closer to the road, so therefore more visually seen from the public view, I was just thinking about the neighborhood inconsistency of LCP policy 4.5.7. And I was interested to know how my colleagues may respond to that. I don't know. I have nothing against having a gate. I just feel like perhaps it could be set further in to make it less visible. It still respects your need for privacy to make sure your animals don't go out, your kids don't go out, people don't come in, but to make it more consistent with the neighborhood.
Just a quick question for you. I know it's different, or it might be different for different boards. How do you define the immediate neighborhood for the sake of Planning Commission?
Let's ask staff. Ms. DeBusk, could you answer that question for us? What is considered the vicinity, the neighboring vicinity for our purposes?
Chair Bonderson, there's a couple different ways that you can think about that. I mean, we have the 20 closest homes that we use for SFDB review. In the local coastal plan, you've got your component area, which is actually the entire West Mesa, so it's a very large neighborhood. So it can be a little bit subjective. Sometimes certain areas they have a separate feel, they feel unique, and it kind of creates a natural boundary where you consider the neighborhood, but there's really no set definition.
And while I have you on the mic, Ms. DeBusk, or perhaps Ms. Brodesson might be more prepared to answer this, was there staff supportability for the gate to be set within the setbacks?
Chair Bonderson, there was staff supportability, and also, as to your previous question, I have worked on other coastal development permits on this street, and there are, some of the newer homes do have private gates, especially as you get closer towards Douglas Family Preserve.
I am really glad that you brought that up because we didn't seem to have the answer amongst us, but if you have experience with at least a few, I'm comfortable with that answer.
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you. At this time, if there are no further questions, let's move into deliberations. And I would like to ask you to hold your motion until we're done deliberating. If there's any comments for deliberation, let's handle that first. I have Commissioner Wiscombe, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to the private gates, there's, if you go to since this is my neighborhood, I know it well. I walk my dog by the house on Medcliff all the time, which is really why I didn't go to the site visit, but I see it all the time. And I do respect the fact that you're putting in a gate if you have an animal, because sometimes on that street, people let their animals loose because they're going to the preserve and they think, they're safe and mine's on a leash, and it's not a good scene. So, but by Mesa Lane steps, there is a whole series of gates there for that complex right by the steps. And then I think is it Balboa, or what's the street that's the cul-de-sac next to Councilmember Jordan's property, and then it goes down the other way towards the water? Is that the same street? At any rate, there are definitely private gates on those streets. So that's I don't have a problem with the gate at all. I appreciate the off-street parking. That is an extremely parking challenged area on nice weekends sunny weekend, particularly weekends. It's just, it can be just a nightmare. So I think that that was a very, very good design feature. I like the project. I think it's going to be lovely. And I would just like to say that the Mesa is eclectic. So not everyone's going to like the architecture. Not everyone likes the architecture of our house, I can tell you that. But it's an area that is eclectic, and I think that's part of the reason that it's charming. So I am in total support of the project and could definitely make the findings and approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. Commissioner Lodge, please.
Thank you for the assistance, Commissioner Boss. And thank you, Madam Chair. On sheet A00, there's an elevation of the view of the house from Medcliff, and it just shows a split rail fence and no gate. I think a gate is fine in this location, but I suggest that we leave it to the single-family design board to work on just what it is.
Does that conclude your comments?
That's my
I don't want to
comment,
take
yes.
away your attention. Thank you. Next, we have Commissioner Boss, please.
Just a comment that this project came to us the week that I was in a tree care course. So I want to appreciate the oak preservation plan, and I got to apply my knowledge. So thank you. Really appreciated the work that went into that.
Thank you. Next, Commissioner DeLuccio, please.
I wasn't going to touch on the gate, but I will. Is that, I don't even know if that's the gate that is going to be part of the development. But, there's a gate there now, but I don't know if it's going to be part.
Do you mean a fence or a
A
gate?
fence, is the fence right now?
There's currently a fence. It does
Yeah.
not have, there's no gate at
But
this time.
whatever
It's
it is, I don't
proposed.
know if it's going to be part of the development. And I agree with Commissioner Lodge that it's, the Single-Family Design Review Board could take that matter up if, about the gate as part of, because I know this is going back to them. I actually have no issue with the FAR, because considering the site is 25,000 square feet, we're talking about a little over 4,000 that you're going to build out, and it's about 25% of the lot. And the way it's all positioned within the lot, you have very generous setbacks. And I think, and I think it's all well-designed, but I realize that our role here is the coastal permit. And I know we can make the findings for that. So, and it's going to go back to the review board. And I know the comment didn't come up that actually when it was before the design review board, there were only 4 members that heard it, and 2 of them actually had a concern with the FAR. So if anything, it's going to be at the FAR you're proposing, or it's going to be scaled back a little bit. So, I mean, the reason I say that is all that is, helps make the findings for the permit that we're going to be issuing today if it's approved. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't want to miss out on Commissioner Wardlow. Do you have any comments or deliberating comments at this time?
I have no comments. I appreciate the presentation.
Thank you. So that leaves me, and I just want to clarify for my fellow commissioners, I would also leave the design recommendations to the design board. My question was land use solely with questions about the fence placement and the setback and so on. I don't have a problem with you wanting to have a fence. I think, a gate. Privacy in this area is a good idea since there is a lot of foot traffic and also car traffic that likes to use the neighborhood. For me, I thought that this was an absolutely delightful design, nice choice of architects. I thought Mr. Gray was really passionate about bringing your vision to life. And I really appreciate the way that you've chosen to use the site lengthwise. You have a wide site that's not currently being used with a very small footprint of the existing structure. And I thought the fact that thought was put into keeping the proposed structure away from the setback to the best of your ability, because today you own that back property, but in the future you may not, and somebody else may come along and want to develop it. and you're being respectful of that. And I thought that was very mindful. I have absolutely nothing against what I have seen here, and I'm also confident that I can make the findings. So with that, I will move forward for a request amongst my colleagues for a motion. Commissioner Wiscombe, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'll be happy to make the motion once I find the findings. Here they are.
Thank you.
Okay. So first one in the findings, these are on page 10 of 65, and it's page 10 of our staff report. Item 10, findings. A, environmental review. I can make that finding that it's exempt because of new construction or conversion of small structures. And B, the coastal development permit. The project is consistent with the Coastal Act and also with our city's local coastal plan. And that's it. And issuance of the coastal development permit. Oh, and I'm sorry, we have the conditions of approval. Wow. And normally I have comments on those, and I have none. So I move the conditions of approval, draft conditions of approval
As is.
dated March 30th, 2023.
Excellent. Thank you for making the motion, Commissioner Wiscombe. Commissioner DeLuccio, you're lit up on my screen. Would you like to second the motion, or do you have something else?
Thing right now, I'll second the motion.
Thank you very much. So we have a motion from Commissioner Wiscombe, a second from Commissioner DeLuccio. Mrs. Sparza, would you please take a roll call vote for us?
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. I'll take the roll call vote. Commissioner DeLuccio,
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Wardlow,
Yes.
Commissioner Wiscombe,
Yes.
Commissioner Boss,
Yes.
and Chair Bonderson.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you.
How wonderful. So just for you all to remember, this decision is appealable within 10 calendar days, and hopefully you will be moving forward with your projects after that without any hassle. Good luck. Enjoy your new home.
Chair Bonderson, could we take a 5-minute break? I think we may be having technical difficulties.
Absolutely, I was going to suggest the same. 5 minutes recess. Let's begin now at 1:35. And we are going to move on to our next item, which is 4B. This is a new item for a project located at 101 Garden Street. Do any commissioners have any ex parte communication that they need to disclose at this time? I see none. So we are going to move forward with our staff presentation. We have Ms. Kathleen Kennedy here with us today from the city to present. Are you ready to take over? Okay, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. My name is Kathleen Kennedy. I'm the case planner for this project. The project address is 101 Garden Street, and it is a proposed 250-room hotel. This is the vicinity map showing the project location. So it's next to Garden Street, the railroad tracks, Santa Barbara Street, and East Yananali Street. You'll notice there are 6 lots outlined here, and the project involves the merger of these 6 lots. Here's a view, an aerial view of the project site. It consists of a few existing buildings and mostly storage and container storage areas. So I'll go briefly through the proposed project. I know the applicant team will also be giving a lot of details about the project. So here is the rendered site plan. So if you look at this, you'll see that the railroad tracks are to the left here and the ocean is to the left, and then Garden Street down below here. The project has 3 main entrances, or 3 entrances. The main entrance here is from Garden Street. This would be the motor court. You would go in there and access the lobby from this area. The other entrances are from Santa Barbara Street. You could drive in here and park and also go to the underground parking area through an exit entrance area here. Or you could also access the site from East Yananali Street, right along here and park on grade, or continue down and go into the underground parking area. There are 2 types of accommodations proposed. In the staff report, I mentioned lifestyle and extended stay. The name has been changed. The lifestyle is now Select Service, so that's this area over here. And then the extended stay brand rooms are over to the right side here. Here is the more detailed proposed site plan. You'll see the setbacks along the frontage of each street. There's a 20-foot setback, so that goes all along Garden, Yananali, and then up here on Santa Barbara Street. And then there's a setback of half the height of the building along this interior setback. So that would be 22.5 feet setback from this area. On grade, there are 29 parking spaces, and then in the, and also 20 bike parking spaces on grade, as well as a bike rental area for 8 bike rental spaces. This is the subterranean parking area. There are 238 parking spaces for vehicles and 26 bicycle parking spaces. So for the first level, like I mentioned, you walk into the lobby here in this area, you can see. There are guest rooms, again, the Select Service guest rooms over on the left side, extended stay, mostly on the right-hand side here. And then when you go in the lobby, there's also a small market area, a library, bar, restaurant, the breakfast area, living room. All those amenities are mostly on this first floor. On the second floor, that consists of only the guest rooms, excuse me, again, the Select Service on the left and extended stay on the right-hand side. A portion of the project has 3 stories. Down here in the lower area is the rooftop, so this is just a second story part of the development. We have the Select Service on the left. There's a fitness area on this 3rd floor, and then the extended stay. And then for the roof plan, there are a number of solar panels on top of the roof, and then over to the left side here is a roof deck for guests. Here is the landscape plan. I won't go into this in much detail. I expect the applicant will, but I wanted to note that I left out the number of new trees on your staff report, so there are a number of new trees proposed for the project, approximately 240 new trees on site, 185 on site, approximately 13 street trees proposed, and then the restoration area, which we'll talk about, has 43 restoration trees proposed. Also, some trees would be removed. There aren't that many on site presently. 3 of the on-site trees would be removed, 17 would be protected. 5 street trees would be removed, and like I said, approximately 13 street trees would be planted. As you noted at the site visit, there is this degraded habitat area on the corner of Garden and Yananali Street. So as part of the project, this whole area would be restored. It's a wetland, kind of degraded drainage area. So all the non-native plants would be removed. It would be replaced with all new native plantings. There would be a 15-foot buffer around the whole restoration area, and that buffer would be restored as well. There's just a small portion over here to the left where the new driveway would be installed. So this little area would be impacted a little bit, but it's offset by the buffer area in the restoration plan. The discretionary applications before you today are the parking modification to allow less than the required number of parking spaces, a development plan to allow the construction of 153,000 square feet of net new non-residential development, a coastal development permit to allow the proposed development in the coastal zone, and the CEQA determination that the project is categorically exempt from further environmental review pursuant to guidelines section 15332, which involves infill development projects. This project site is located within the Cabrillo Plaza specific plan, which is SP2. Here is the plan area. So you'll see here area 1 is the project site. Sorry if it's a little fuzzy, but this is area 1 here, project site. Then you've got area B, C, and D, all part of the Cabrillo Plaza specific plan. So area A allows just these uses: recreational, open space, public parking, visitor serving uses, which would be a hotel with 250 rooms maximum, and these other criteria: meeting rooms, maximum of 350 people allowed, restaurants, cocktail lounges, maximum of 250 people, stores, shops, health club, recreational facilities, bicycle rentals, and other uses related to the hotel operation, and also multiple family residential uses. There are a list of specific plan development regulations in the specific plan, and I'll go through each of those that are applicable to this project. The first is traffic and circulation. The parking on site, the project would be required to meet the parking demand, and we'll talk about that later. There is a parking modification request. We'll get to that. Alternative transportation incentives are required, and the visitor information program is required, and that is included in the project. Public improvements are required. As you may recall, the Garden Street East Yananali extension was already completed many years ago, and that was part of the specific plan requirement. And this current project would require additional public improvements, new sidewalks, and a sewer upgrade. In regard to visual and aesthetics, the setbacks are 20 feet, like I said, along the frontages, and then half the height of the building for the interior, which would be 22.5 along that railroad area, and the project meets that requirement. For the height, it's a maximum of 2 stories, 30 feet, or 3 stories, 45 feet, with a height setback relation study. And this is for the purpose of maximizing view protection and enhancement from Cabrillo Boulevard and the beach, if this is allowed by the Historic Landmarks Commission. So the HLC did review their study, what they called the line of sight study, and accepted that, and was supportive of the 3-story, 45-foot height limit. Other development regulations include recreational and open space. The specific plan requires 2 acres of active and/or passive on-site recreation, and the project does include that. Requires compliance with any geological or drainage reports. It limits water use and requires a disaster evacuation and safety plan. In regard to noise, it limits, as feasible, outdoor noise levels to 60 decibels and interior to 45, and requires an energy conservation plan. So the project would be consistent with all of these above development regulations as shown on the plans and in conjunction with the conditions of approval that address many of those items. However, there is one other development regulation I wanted to talk about in a little bit more detail, housing. The specific plan requires an analysis of short-term and long-term impacts on the housing stock and asks to develop strategies or programs to minimize adverse impacts consistent with city policy at the time of development plan review. We want to note that the prior development plan finding regarding whether a project would have an adverse impact on city and South Coast housing was removed because the direction from the updated general plan was to work towards having a better balance of uses overall in the city rather than just looking at a case-by-case for each project. So the specific EIR does say that the development in the overall specific plan may induce growth related to short-term construction employment or long-term operational employment or result in overall economic growth. Also states that it's not anticipated that the construction employees generated would exceed the local supply of labor in the city. It estimated that there would be a demand for 7 new housing units upon build-out of the entire specific plan area, so that's A, B, C, and D. And development would contribute through sales tax, both indirectly and directly with property taxes and TOT taxes as well. To address this, the applicant did provide the following information, stating that 80 to 100 workers would be employed on site during construction, and that the hotel operation would require approximately 60 employees, and that most likely would be living outside the area and commuting from Ventura, Lompoc, or Oxnard areas. In regard to this development regulation, staff suggests that the Planning Commission consider whether the project would have an adverse impact on the housing, and if so, what would be any appropriate measures to address this. I'll switch over to the parking. So the parking requirement for this hotel, or a hotel, is 1 space per hotel guest room. Except when guest rooms have full kitchens, they are subject then to the residential parking requirements. So in this case, the guest rooms with kitchens require 186 spaces, and that's based on the calculation of the number of bedrooms per guest room. So 186 for the full kitchen rooms. Guest rooms without kitchens, there are 131 of those, and they just have 1 per guest room. That results in a total of 317 spaces. So of the 317 spaces, that's a requirement. There was a parking demand study which determined that 258 spaces would be the demand for the project. The demand's based on ITE hotel rates, and those include hotel guests, hotel amenities, and hotel employees. The project, though, provides 267 spaces, 9 more than the demand. And modifications are required to make for the parking modification, which I'll go over. I wanted to note, too, since employee parking was brought up at the site visit, and I conferred with transportation planning about this. Operationally, it's more efficient to not designate parking stalls for employees and guests. Transportation demand management condition of approval encourages employees to utilize alternative modes of transportation like the bike, bus, train, and shuttles, etc. So the findings for the parking modification is that it will not be inconsistent with the purposes and intent of the zoning ordinance. It will not cause an increase in the demand for parking space or loading space in the immediate area. For the development plan approval, so no new allocation is needed of square footage. The square footage for the project was already accounted for under the category called a prior approved specific plan project. However, the development plan approval is still required per the municipal code and the specific plan, even though there's no direct allocation. And development plan findings are required, which they're listed here, very familiar with these. Must comply with all provisions of the zoning ordinance, must be consistent with the principles of sound community planning, will not have a significant adverse impact upon the community's aesthetics or character, and that the size, bulk, or scale of the development will be compatible with the neighborhood based on the project compatibility analysis criteria, and that the proposed development is consistent with the policies of the city's traffic management strategy. Project also requires a coastal development permit, and these are the findings: that it needs to be consistent with the policies of the California Coastal Act and with all applicable policies of the city's local coastal plan, all applicable implementing guidelines and provisions of the code. The project site is located within the lower state component area of the coastal zone. This is a key visitor serving area that provides public parking for coastal access areas and serves as a main entry to the beach from the downtown. And overnight accommodations are an important component of this visitor serving facilities. We've looked at the coastal and general plan policies, and they're in much more detail in your staff report. This is the summary here: that the project's consistent with policies related to land use in regard to lower cost visitor and recreational facilities, siting of new development, new hotel and motel development, and off-street parking. I want to note that the lower cost visitor and recreational facility policy that is mentioned, that we note that we don't require a certain rate for hotel rooms, but this has been described as not a luxury, high-end facility. So we'd like and the applicant team will discuss in more detail about what kind of accommodations these are. But we feel that it is consistent with this policy. Also consistent with policies related to biological resources due to the restoration of the habitat area, the Esha Wetland Creek Habitat Buffer, and plantings in that area, and restoration of that habitat. Also consistent with scenic resources and visual quality, including restoring and enhancing visually degraded areas, protection of scenic resources and public scenic views, compatible development, and in the building size, bulk, and scale. In regard to environmental review, we've determined that the project does qualify for the infill exemption. These are the criteria: that the project's consistent with the applicable general plan designation and applicable general plan policies, as well as zoning designation and regulations. It occurs within the city limits on a project site that's not more than 5 acres, has no value as habitat for endangered, rare, or threatened species. Approval of the project would not result in any significant effects related to traffic, noise, air quality, or water quality, and the site can be adequately served by all required utilities and public services. A number of reports were prepared for this project. They're all listed in your staff report. We did not provide copies of all those, but we did an analysis of each one, and all led to that determination that this project does qualify for that infill exemption. In regard to traffic, it's within half a mile of a major transit, determined to have no impact. In regard to noise, the noise study recommended barriers in selected balcony and pool areas to minimize the noise in the outdoor areas, and then installation of mechanical ventilation or air conditioning for interior noise, and then a temporary sound barrier during construction. The project would comply with the standard dust control and emission reduction measures that have been added to the conditions of approval. The project would comply with the standard city SWIMP requirements. Project requires monitoring for archaeological resources. And then the project would contribute to the cost of the sewer upgrade. I want to make a note about that is that there is adequate sewer capacity at the wastewater treatment plant. It's just that the sewer line in a certain area needs to be enlarged. So capacity is there, it's just not in that area. So there's about a 600-foot length of pipe that needs to be upgraded. We don't consider that an environmental impact to the project. In regard to design review, the project went to the Historic Landmarks Commission on 2 occasions. So this is a HLC purview. It's located in EPV. It's unlike other areas in the funk zone that are go to ABR. This is HLC EPV purview, so the Spanish colonial design pervades in that area. So the first review, the HLC found that the mass, bulk, scale, and style was appropriate for the location, and they had some comments about the windows and other design elements of the project. They returned, again, they were very supportive of the project. They provided comments on some design elements. They were able to make the preliminary positive comments regarding project compatibility analysis findings. There was a Planning Commission concept review back in August 8th, 2019. At that time, all commissioners who reviewed that project at the time found that the proposed hotel use to be acceptable, with one commissioner who requested that housing units also be added to the project. They were supportive of the 50-foot wide habitat buffer. It was determined at that time if a park, or too early to determine at that time if a parking modification would be supportable, because it was just still in the conceptual stage. And a visitor information program was supportable. I just wanted to make a few clarifications for the record. And the staff report, page 1, we left out the number of trees. I already made comments about that, what the number of trees that are proposed for the site. Also mentioned that throughout the staff report, it refers to lifestyle type of rooms. Those are the same as select service. It's just been changed. And the conditions, page 19, just changing the date of the letter that we're referring to should be March 22nd. Conditions, page 22 to 23. We have a Parks and Recs Commission, and it should be changed to Parks and Recreation Department. It's more of a staff level review of the street trees, not going to the commission, so I wanted to make that change. And then the number of trees to be removed, I'd like to just remove that number. It may be that number, it may not. We need to talk to Parks and Recreation about the exact number of trees that will be planted there, maybe 8. So if we just leave that blank and just have new street trees, it gives us more flexibility. The applicant letter, so that's page 98 of the 142. There's a note there that staff may anticipate reducing the Garden Street to 1 lane. That was discussed at one point. That is not now part of the project. It's not part of the, it's not a requirement for the project. So just wanted to, if that was confusing, let you know that that's not currently the way staff is thinking about this. And then the project plans and staff report in general. Revised plans were printed out for those commissioners who wanted hard copies. Those included the battery, storage area, and generator. Some minor changes on the site plan. Changed the parking numbers, just moved 4 parking spaces from on grade to the subterranean level. So the plans that we're looking at today and you'd be commenting on are the revised plans that have the parking numbers a little bit different than what the staff report notes. Same total number though. So staff's recommendation is that the Planning Commission approve this project, making the findings outlined in the staff report and subject to the conditions of approval in Exhibit A of the staff report. Also, as previously stated, staff recommends that the Planning Commission consider whether the project would have an adverse impact on housing supply. If not, or if so, would be the appropriate, what would be the appropriate measures to address that. And with that, I conclude my presentation. I wanted to let you know that we do have Michelle Bedard from Transportation Planning here, and also, I believe, So we also have Julia Peugeot, our environmental analyst, here to answer questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. That was a very thorough presentation. I want to thank you personally for the clarification screen. I know that that captured some questions I had, so appreciate that you took the time to add that. We're going to move forward now with the applicant presentation, and I understand we have likely more than one presenter. So what I'm going to ask you to do anytime you switch amongst yourselves is to come forward, introduce yourself and your relationship to the project, what role you may have in the project. And as soon as you do so, we'll go ahead and start your timer. You will have 15 minutes. If amongst all the parts of the presentation you end up using less than that 15-minute allocated to you, you can then come back up to the podium and answer questions that you may hear from the public, and so you may like to save some of that time for your use. Ms. Esparza will provide you with the leftover time when the presentation is complete.
Okay.
Okay? So when you're ready, Ms. Esparza, let us know when the timer is set. And just go ahead with an introduction first.
Sure.
We're ready.
Sean Gilbert with the development team. I will keep it brief. I just wanted to first off thank Kathy and her team. I mean, there has been a lot of work that has gone into this. Several years of the process we see today and to get to this point, but this project has really been decades in the making. I mean, it goes back to the 80s and 90s. So I think what I wanted to convey, just to kind of get out there and talk about it, is what we on the development side are proposing this hotel to be, at least from a high level. We'll let them get into the details. But as we talked about with some of you on site, I mean, this is a select service hotel through and through. I think the combination of extended stay was very important to us. It is what we think we need to provide access to the coast for those families. We think about all of the different things that push and pull on a family vacation, and the ability to give them space and a kitchen where they can go back and eat, and also have multiple kids in there is key. I have 2 kids myself, and I know the struggles that are there. So, it's a 120-room select service, just standard rooms, and 130 extended stay. That is really what got us here today, asking for the parking modification, and it's because it's tied to the way the code reads, and we need to park it as an apartment. But we thought it was key for all of the reasons we'll describe that we protected that, right? And this is a mid-tier accommodations. We think that's what the city needs, that's what the guests want, and it also kind of all of those different things that are pushing and pulling on us. I think we think it checks all those boxes. So we do need your guys' help to help us protect that, because as things get layered on, things cost more. We really want to be able to land that and protect that guest for the future. So with that, I will hand it over to Brian, who kind of get in the details. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian Cornell, architect. I'm going to invite Dave Ireland, who's my fellow architect with Deloitte down in San Diego, who's helping us with this. And Courtney Jane Miller is also going to be presenting the landscaping. Kathy Kennedy, as usual, took all my thunder, so I will go quickly through these. So Dave, let's just go through the set. You already know where the site is. Next, this is quick photo montage. We can come back to this later, but you all understand what the site looks like now. This is the project site. We've got select service on the left side, as was indicated, and on the right side. And we've got those numbers, Dave, I think if you'll scroll through there, 120 on the individual hotel side, and then we've got 130 on the right side. Parking, you've seen that. Next slide. I will go back to the site plan. I wanted to let's actually go back quickly to the site plan just to show a couple of things. Kathy mentioned the battery storage. Dave, if you can kind of point out the battery storage and also the generators, those are located in that point. The other thing that was mentioned at the site visit is the pork chop. So that is right there. So that's an element that's being added to prevent people from taking left-hand turn out of onto Garden Street. And as we said, there will be then, hotel guests will be instructed to be able to go out onto Yananali or Santa Barbara if they want to get to the freeway on-ramps. Next, so then we're going to jump forward. So it's the first floor, obviously we talked about those, or Kathy talked about those uses. Second floor, Obviously, the majority of the hotel footprint, third floor, is set back, which was very important. You know, I've been working on this project for well over 5 years and spent a lot of time with Bill Wright, and I mentioned this on the site too. Bill was so proud of the fact that he put this property into the Historic Landmarks District, El Pueblo Viejo, and was determined to get a Monterey-style building built. So, you know, we thought about that in the story of this hotel, and it kind of seemed like, you know, if we put the little Monterey-style building there, and that was, let's say, you know, that was the first little building on the site, and it was maybe a hotel, and then it got developed around that, and then eventually became, you know, a larger hotel, kind of in the spirit of hotels that we've had on the waterfront, like the Potter and other things. And so, as I said, that's my story. I'm sticking by it. Next slide. Next slide, I think, is, so we got abundant solar panels. Go back one. Our intention is to get as much solar panels as possible on this roof, but what's important here is that we also, part of that 2-acre open space requirement, we are taking care of on the roof. And it's also, we have a center, an exercise center in the building, which also is in that location underneath. It's important. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Courtney so she can talk about the landscape, and I'm going to come back and show you the pretty pictures.
Thank you, Brian, Chair Bonderson, Commissioners. I'm Courtney Jane Miller, landscape architect. So I'll try to quickly walk you through the landscape improvements for this property. In terms of the site plan, I just wanted to mention that we are proposing streetscape improvements around the entire perimeter of the property. We'll have new sidewalk and parkway, as well as street trees along Santa Barbara Street and East Union Alley Street. And the existing improvements along Garden Street will remain. We'll also be protecting and connecting to the existing walkway that connects Santa Barbara Street to Garden Street along the south side of the property. So next slide. We are proposing a series of courtyards and terraces throughout the property. As Brian mentioned, because of its position in the EPV, we did look closely at other historical references when we looked at the design of this property. So we took a lot of our cues from the Potter Hotel and Gardens. There's a beautiful poster in the stair, if anyone noticed, of that same hotel. So that's sort of the character and flavor that we're looking for with the landscape design. Next slide. So this is just an enlargement of our flexible lawn area and the terraces associated with the select service part of the hotel. We have a little spa and outdoor bar and lounge terraces that sort of front the part of the property that faces the ocean. So there's some views here as well. Next slide. Our interior courtyard, this is connected with the extended stay brand. We have a pool, a spa, and all of this is overstructure, so we'll have raised planters, outdoor barbecue, and outdoor dining areas as well. Next slide. And then our Garden Street drain restoration area. So I think, as everyone knows, what this is really is an existing storm drain that exits onto the property, and over time it did support some native species. So we have approximately, I think, 19 square feet of native bulrush here and one native oak tree, both of which will be protected in place. And then the rest of it is primarily exotic, non-natives, and invasive species. So we'll be removing all of the exotics and the non-natives and proposing a full restoration planting plan here. So I think it's something like 22,500 square feet of restored native habitat. We'll also be providing an educational sign on the corner, which was something that the previous members of the Planning Commission and the HLC were both looking for. So that will help people walking along the street understand what's happening here. And I'll turn it back to Brian.
So here's the little Monterey building that's on the corner at Yananali and Garden Street, and I think it's very important here to see the two-story scale that really will be perceived from this entrance to the city. Next slide. Then the main entrance, there you see the lamb chop predominant there in the foreground, and the character of the entrance. Next slide. This is that little spa area that Courtney was just showing us, and again, giving a sense of the scale from Garden Street. Next slide. And then this is, I think, the most important in terms of the mountain view consideration. I think the building in its relationship to Garden Street and whatnot preserves significantly mountain views from this location. And I think that is well, we've still got, okay, here's then the Santa Barbara Street side. So you can see that little open space that Courtney had mentioned that's carved away there. Next slide. And then finally from Yananali, the back entrance where visitors will be able to park to the underground parking. Next slide. So we've got story polls. We'll go through these. I think that concludes our presentation. We'll be happy to answer your questions, and we'll reserve our 5 minutes and 21 seconds.
Very good. I don't need to tell you how much time is left. You know what you got right in front of you. Before we continue forward, I'm going to refer back to Mrs. Sparza. Do we have any public comment, either remote or in the room, at this time?
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. We do have speaker slips for in-person comment. First, I have Pam Flint-Tambo.
Welcome.
Thank you. And Ms. Tambo, you will have 3 minutes to speak on the item.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Bonderson and Planning Commissioners. My name is Pam Flint-Tambo, and on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Santa Barbara, I want to comment on the 101 Garden Street project. While we recognize the applicant has the right to build a hotel in this area, we don't believe the community benefits as much from a hotel as they would from an allowed housing project. Most important, Santa Barbara doesn't need yet another hotel whose employees will significantly increase the demand for affordable housing. As our regional housing needs allocation housing production numbers show for the 5th cycle, the city has fallen way behind in building low and moderate income level housing. Furthermore, 60% of the housing of the city needs to build in the 6th cycle should also be affordable at those income levels. Therefore, we believe hotel projects should be asked to mitigate their impact on our housing crisis. Numerous nexus studies conducted by other cities validate charging new hotel developments linkage fees to rectify their impact on affordable housing. These nexus studies show how building a new hotel leads to an increased demand for employees, who in turn will require more affordable housing. In an expensive town like Santa Barbara, a single hospitality worker is considered low income if they make less than $78,000 a year, or if they are a head of a 4-person household and they make less than $112,000 a year, according to the city's area median income limits. An employee is considered moderate income if they make less than $84,000 and less than $120,000 if they are a head of a household of 4. Will the applicant be paying its employees a salary above these dollars amount? If not, their employees will need affordable housing. And we also question the applicant's statement that a 250-room hotel will only require 60 employees. According to the World Tourist Organization, for a 3-star hotel, the optimum number of staff per 10 rooms is 8, which indicates 200 staff are needed for a hotel of the size being proposed, recognizing that this may be somewhat mitigated by the extended stay rooms. Contrary to the applicant's rationale, we don't support having such employees commuting from Ventura and beyond. In addition to the goal of housing our workforce in Santa Barbara, this approach would contribute to greenhouse gas emissions, which is counter to the city's own stated sustainability and environmental goals. And for all these reasons, we recommend the Planning Commission ask the applicant to add significant employee housing to their project. And I'm out of time. Thank you very much for your consideration of our comments
Thank you as
today.
well.
Thank you, Chair Bonderson.
Do you have a question for this? Well, we have to wait till public comment is over.
Yeah, I do have a question for you. Thank you very much for your comments. I missed exactly sorry, I missed exactly what you said. You were talking about, I think some other entities are requiring that hotels should mitigate their construction, should mitigate the loss of housing, and I think you mentioned maybe how they're doing that?
Well, both the Rosewood and the Biltmore have agreed as part of the county's housing element planning process to build employee housing on their parking lots, because they're finding it difficult to attract and retain employees due to our local housing shortage.
Okay. And did you mention something about mitigating through fees to affordable housing projects? That's what I was referring to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
And I'm not sure what that is, but a similar approach could be taken here by the applicant making a contribution to the city's Affordable Housing Fund.
Okay.
That's what it was, yeah.
Specifically,
Okay, that's what I wondered, if it was to the city's Affordable Housing Fund. Thank you very much.
thank you.
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. Next, we have Scott Zimmerman, followed by Manley McNinch. Is either Scott or Manley in the room and would like to still speak? All right, moving on. Let's see, I have next a Gail Osharko.
Thank you, Chair Bonderson and Commissioners. My name is Gail Osharenko, and I'm speaking as an individual and a resident of the city. I'm deeply concerned about the lack of low and moderate workforce housing in our city. This is a large project, and it's going to require a sizable workforce to operate. It not only removes parcels that could provide necessary housing, but it doesn't offer any workforce housing. I'd recommend denying a project that further exacerbates our quite serious housing crisis here, or condition the permit on providing low-income, deed-restricted workforce housing for at least half of the number of workers that are going to be required. I can't really speak to their calculation of how many workers they need, but it seems relatively low. Too many of our city departments are siloed so that while one arm is planning for a reduction in carbon emissions, another is fostering the use of cars by people who come here as tourists and by requiring that people come from very far away, Oxnard and even farther, to work in our city. And it's just a real concern. If you're not adding workforce housing, then they should be providing some equivalent costs to our city's housing trust fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, we have Alyssa Moffett, followed by Brittany Zajic.
Good afternoon. Speaking as an individual, I'm a resident of the Villa Del Mar complex across the street on Yananali. This project, both the bulk, the height, and the massing is mostly concentrated on Yananali, facing our apartment and the complex. We depend on the fresh air circulation coming from the ocean. This air corridor is blocked by the massing on this street. Most of the, if not all of the buildings lack air conditioning, and this blockage of the air will concentrate the fumes from the highway in the complex, which we already endure during the Santa Ana winds. We also are losing our natural sunlight and considerable amounts of privacy. So those are my main concerns. I also have concerns about land use and the need for affordable housing in Santa Barbara. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Brittany, please. Thank you.
What's Brittany's last name?
Brittany Zajic.
Thank you. Thanks.
Chair Bonderson and the members of the Planning Commission, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Today, I represent the wonderful Funk Zone community as a proud member of the nonprofit Keep the Funk. Our ask to the city officials is twofold. hold developers coming into the neighborhood accountable, and help us address the need for a master plan in the Funk Zone neighborhood we can all mutually benefit from. An agreement from 40 years ago should not supersede the challenges our city is facing today. We as a community recognize the Wright family had owned this property for a long time and are entitled to develop it, but we ask the city to help us in steering this towards a project that would more mutually benefit everyone involved. As it is proposed today, they want to capitalize on the neighborhood of the Funk Zone, but are not interested in adding value to the community or addressing the community needs. So far stated today as affordable housing, I would even go forth to say a grocery store. They want to maximize their profits and the amount of rooms allowed, but not be responsible for the further parking and traffic problems that this will cause. They want to ignore the flood risks of the coastal zone to meet the needs of their oversized development and underground parking in a flood inundation zone. And they project their hotel staff to commute from Lompoc and Ventura, yet encourage transit by bike. They want CEQA exemptions to turn a literal industrial site into a hotel without the necessary soil and groundwater remediations to protect their guests and neighborhoods. This soil is contaminated. They know the soil is contaminated, and we know the soil is contaminated. We're not going to let that by. Please hold large developments capitalizing on the Funk Zone community accountable and not honor the exemptions and modifications that they are asking for. Hotel bed tax revenue is expected to exceed county projections by $2.2 million this year. The Funk Zone does not need another hotel. We need affordable housing. Please work with the existing Funk Zone community to create a master plan, one that celebrates sustainable growth, adaptive reuse, affordable housing, and a balance that affords both local businesses and residents to continue existing among all the hotels displacing us. What will be left to visit in the Funk Zone when it's just hotels and tourists? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jenny Bruel, followed by Leighton Renier.
Hello, thank you for letting us comment today. I'm Jenny Bruel, and I live in the Funk Zone on Gray Avenue, and I'm a little concerned about the proposed parking modification and traffic impact. As someone who lives and works in the Funk Zone, traffic is already pretty on weekends and during high peak times, really hard to get in and out, and especially during storms when the highway shuts down. You know, it's if the underpass, I guess, if one of the adjoining highway things are closed, then it just blocks up the whole neighborhood. And it's already hard for businesses, customers, and people wanting to visit the beach. So I think that's my main concern. And I would just add to that, if the employees are coming from Lompoc and Ventura, they're not going to be using the Amtrak, which is what's considered the major transit area. But thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And next we have Leighton Renier.
Hi. So I'm not good at this stuff. This is my first, I'm going to call it a protest. I've been here for 30 years. I live right behind the train station on Los Aguajes. So I've been here long enough to watch the impact of these sort of developments in Santa Barbara. And I haven't heard, thank you so much for your presentation. With all due respect, you sounded like a car salesman. And my fear is that this project has already been bought and paid for, okay? Because I'm a victim of a similar project where they took the old 7-Up bottling plant down and not one story pole for anybody to even know what was happening there. I lived right next to it. And they put up a 3.5-story building. I used to be able to see the horizon. I could see the fireworks. I could see the ocean. I had a breeze, and now I have rich people that aren't even from here staring at me through my living room window. This is upsetting to me. It's difficult for me to fit all this in 3 minutes. I did not hear one mention of all the businesses. I have at least 9 friends that have businesses running out of that storage yard. okay? Not even to mention all the people that are storing their stuff here, because there's just no room for them to put it. You know, I live in a Dario Pini apartment building, and it's of my mind that that building was targeted for another development, because I know that State Street, I know that the city of Santa Barbara will benefit from an expansion of the downtown area and using the Funk Zone name, because I remember when the Funk Zone was exactly in that spot. I enjoyed that place, the artists, the music, the small businesses. You know, it's just really upsetting me. I'm not from here originally, but I've been here long enough to be upset about all this. And I feel like David and Goliath here, you know, standing up. I invited some other friends, including 3 business owners that are going to be displaced by this project. And they can't work out of Santa Barbara anymore if this goes through. They have no idea where they're going to go. They're tax-paying, revenue-generating businesses for the city, you know. I really want to piggyback on what these other 2 ladies were saying. That's my time, right? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Turning to virtual public comment, as I do not have any more in-person speaker slips. We do have one raised hand for Scott Zimmerman. Mr. Zimmerman, I'm going to go ahead and send you an unmute request. Please unmute, and you have 3 minutes to speak. Mr. Zimmerman, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello?
Yes, thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Sorry, there's no audio coming through.
I can't type. You have 3 minutes to speak, Mr. Zimmerman, if you can hear us.
Do we have any method to communicate? Like, can somebody type to them and say that we can hear them?
Let me briefly go to our next raised hand, Barack Moffett, see if we have better luck there, and then we'll return. Mr. Moffett, go ahead.
Hello. I'm not sure if you can hear me. I'm having the same problem the previous commenter was having, but if you can hear me, can you thumbs up from the... Okay, thank you very much. My name is Barack Moffett. I strongly oppose the proposed hotel complex at 101 Garden as proposed. I live directly across the street in the Villa Del Mar, where a significant impact of this project to our community is abundantly obvious. I'm a 3rd generation Santa Barbaran. My kids, my 2 teenage boys, are 4th generation. It's simply inconsistent with the needs and the nature of our community with respect to housing, health and safety, traffic, views and aesthetics, historic preservation, and accessibility. The land use, first of all, does nothing to help solve the housing crisis at a time when Santa Barbara community and government is wrestling with limited inventories, skyrocketing rents, mandated state requirements. The project would create a building corridor that would capture the pollutants from the 101 freeway and the industrial services on East Yananali Street, directly impacting communities like Villa Del Mar, where we live, which were built with the assumption that unencumbered ocean air and breezes to counteract the proximity effects of the freeway. As designed, this project is simply not porous enough to support the health of the local community. Our traffic pattern, as has already been mentioned, is already compromised with the conflicts of industry, commercial, residential, and tourist traffic, including nearby services like the El Estero Water Resources Center, the Stone Yard, the Marburg Recycling Center, the concrete plant, the desalinization plant, the rescue mission shelter, and more. Introducing a hotel of this scale is simply incompatible with the local community, Not to mention the idea of a subterranean garage in a flood-prone area near sea level at a stone's throw from the beach just doesn't pass the common sense test. The project cuts off the beautiful ocean and mountain views. I'm looking at the orange flags from my second floor right now. It will cut off completely our view to the beach and any of the airflow that we rely on for our health and safety. We sincerely urge the Planning Commission to reject this proposal outright and direct your talent and staff on projects that will enhance the quality of life for the existing residents of our city. Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment. Respectfully, Barrick Moffett.
Thank you. Next, we're going to go ahead and just retry Scott Zimmerman. Mr. Zimmerman, if you can unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay, like previously, Scott Zimmerman, was in attendance in person. Okay, you guys can hear me. I had to take off for another meeting, but I'll go ahead and jump forward here. I was curious on how can the findings be that, as far as the parking goes, that no modifications need to be done there. The research being done for on-demand parking, the operational determination says that employee designated parking is not conducive to this build. Yet once completed, it's expected to have 60 plus employees and who have been identified to be coming from 25 plus miles from outside the area. Taking bus, bike, shuttle, those forms of transit is not going to work for those long-term employees of the hotel. That is a major impact to traffic, noise, and air quality overall. Doesn't even begin to scratch the surface on those same impacts made during construction by all of the out-of-area workforce that will most likely build out this project. That is what we see over and over. There have been other similar projects like this presented before in the general public sentiment. I think, like what was just said, delivering a project like this is not wanted in this area. The public has spoken out many times about the need for housing and very much needed affordable housing. I think the best way to go after this would be utilize the resource that will solve multiple issues, being would have an exemption to the CEQA, create a local hire provision for better community wealth, and generate much needed housing that is affordable housing. That is the Housing and High Road Jobs Act of 2022, otherwise known as Assembly Bill 2011. It requires that a project pays worker prevailing wage and hire from state certified apprenticeship programs for projects meeting certain siting affordability and development standards. And that would be to have more housing, which is something we need all up and down California. Again, thank you for your time. My name is Scott Zimmerman with the Southwest Mountain States Regional Council of Carpenters. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zimmerman. I just want to let you know, if you're listening, that we heard you and it came in okay. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. And then next we have Manley McNinch. We sent you an unmute request. And you have 3 minutes to speak. Manley McNinch, can you hear us? We can hear you.
I don't know.
Manley, can you try speaking again for us, please?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. My name's Manley McNinch. I am a member of the Southwest Mountain States Regional Council of Carpenters. And I'd like to reiterate some of the problems with a project like this. And it was up on the screen while we were there. All the expected people to build this project from all other areas other than Santa Barbara or Goleta even. And one of the main reasons why that is because the people that would be building this will not be making a decent enough wage to afford to live in Santa Barbara. The average worker that comes in from these areas are making somewhere between $20 and $25 an hour, and with no kind of medical benefits whatsoever paid by the contractors that do the building. And it would, if the city wants something like this to go through, they need to start implementing local hire and prevailing wage rules. And in the utilization of apprenticeships. That way that the workers would be getting a better wage and can maybe afford to live in Santa Barbara, where they can actually be building the projects that are going up in their neighborhood. As it is right now, the folks that are coming into work are, that they take the money from the local community, take it out to outlying areas, and it's somewhere, some point, people have got to stop saying, it's time we start giving a little more to start lifting these people up a little. Because as it stands right now, everyone that's in the room that at this meeting is subsidizing the contractors that will be doing this work for healthcare for the employee and for their family. They have no way to pay for healthcare, so they have to go and get the medical benefits given by the city, counties, whoever's offering it, so the taxpayers can pay it. Whereas if they were union workers or hired paid workers, the contractors, collective bargaining, that would be taking care of it. No burden to the other taxpayers in the area. So again, if you're going to go forward with the project, please put a requirement in it for local hire, skilled and trained. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes our virtual participants for today. We did receive 13 written correspondence, which was distributed to the commission prior to the hearing. With that, back to Chair Bonderson and the commission.
Thank you, Mrs. Sparza, for helping to conduct the public speaking period. And I would like to take a moment to thank everyone, both in the room and remotely, especially those remotely that required a bit more patience to get them to be heard. We appreciate public participation, and I'm very grateful that you took the time to be here with us today. So now I will turn to my fellow commissioners for questions, and I have already a number of volunteers to speak in order on my screen, so I'm just going to go ahead and go through my list. We will begin with Commissioner Boss, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll ask for forgiveness first because I'm a newer commissioner, so I'm not certain who all the questions will be directed to. So thank you in advance for your patience. I'm first trying to understand, is there a documented need for more hotel rooms in our community?
Who would like to try and approach this answer? Will it be Ms.
Well, I would
Kennedy?
just have to say, I would defer to the applicant since they've determined that there's a need and they've gone forward with this project, so.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy.
Yeah, I'm happy to talk. I mean, there's no documentation other than you can look at demand studies, Smith Travel Research, right? So what we tried to do, right, and you see the luxury hotels and you see the bigger hotels and you see the room rates, what we're seeing is there's a need that's missing in the middle, right, to be able to accommodate those type of rates along with that extended stay nature. So we have, I would say Smith Travel Research is probably a data resource that is commonly used within the hotel market where all of these hotels report to. And looking at those reports and looking at the numbers, you can tell that there's still very much a demand. We think what's missing and is really pricing people in is that there's nothing in the middle. So that's kind of our thesis.
Thank you. My next question is, I think, a bit more about the environmental impact report. It was done before I was born, and I think before Garden Street existed, and I didn't see any updates or addenda other than an acknowledgement that soil testing and remediation has been done. So I'm not certain, can housing today be built on this site?
So Commissioner Boss, soil remediation is ongoing. It's required for this project. So it hasn't been, since it's not a housing project, we haven't gotten to that point where the environmental health services would say, oh, you could build housing here, since that's not what is being proposed. But there is a soil remediation program working closely with EHS on that, and there will be a full remediation plan program implemented.
Thank you. Let's see. So still staying a bit on the housing and the hotel distinction, I understand that there's a community, it sounds like there is a documented need, or at least from the Smith Travel research, that there's a need for the middle hotel rates or hotel rooms. we do have a documented need of more than 8,000 housing units in our community. So I'm curious why the applicant chose to meet the hotel need as opposed to the 8,000 housing units needed.
Yeah, I think the short answer to that is as it's laid out in the EIR, right? This was certified about when I was born, actually, and it was for a 250-key hotel. The housing that is allowed, because within that SP2, there's 2 areas that allow for housing. This is one of them, but it is restrictive. And if you do the 12 acres per unit, I'm not saying it can't change now, but based on what was certified EIR, it assumed that lower, right? And I will tell you today that project won't pencil. And unfortunately, as much as everyone wants to do a project, it's not going to just come back to us as owners or developers. The banks and where they are today, it's just not going to be a financially viable project at that scale. And to go back and undo that, at least in our opinion, to kind of refine that EIR opens up a whole other can of worms. And again, then time becomes an issue, and then it also becomes a project that's not financially viable. So it's not a perfect answer, but it's kind of how we see it is the fact that this project was certified and the rights in the 80s and 90s agreed to give away this right-of-way, agreed to build out these requirements. I mean, this was a development that the city built out these streets and already spent money upgrading these and already knowing that there was a project that could be built there. To undo that would be very, very time-consuming and probably not viable.
Commissioner Boss, before you ask your next question, we have the applicant here. I just wanted to have you describe the can of worms that you were implying. What can of worms do you see being unraveled here?
Yeah, and I have probably better experts than me, but just in general, right, having a certified EIR versus going back and having to undo some things. One is just time, right? I mean, it takes a lot of time, and this is a project, again, several years in the making from just where we got to today, but decades, right? And they went through all of this just to be able to do the improvements we see today. And you do those improvements in order to, facilitate development, smart development, and something that's been thought about, which it has, and it went through the ringer back then. I think for us to try to do that again, I'm kind of just speaking for myself and my experience doing coastal California projects. That's the kind of can of worms, and it's really time. I mean, time really is of the essence. This is a very chaotic world. It gets more difficult every day, not only to develop, but to finance, to build. And the numbers that worked a year ago don't necessarily work today, so.
Thank you. Back to you.
So while you're still up there, I'm sorry, I want to make sure I understood because you made a few notes there. So the reason that you're continuing with the hotel as opposed to housing, which has been discussed in previous proposals and back in 2019 before the Planning Commission, is the financial component, and then that it would be time consuming.
Yeah, and the key count is important, right? So in the EIR back in the day, they had the 250 keys. I will tell you, at 150 keys, this project doesn't work, right? I mean, you think about the bulk of the infrastructure that we're going to be redoing in order to it, and all of that is going to be there and require us, and the fees are going to have to be paid, whether it's 150 or 250. So as we start chopping away at that key count, it gets very, very difficult to work out. So the fact that back in the day, they really did put a number to it, that gives you a level of certainty, right? And that's what you need to come into these, it's not difficult because all of us in the room, it's just difficult because life's difficult. And so to get certainty there that you can build something, because we check all the boxes and we have all the things that are required. And a lot of this was, although it was a long time ago, it was set in stone and it was put in motion. And there was a lot of things that have been built for this type of project.
Thank you. The next couple questions are for you, I think.
Aren't for me or? Oh,
Stay
for
put.
me.
I
Okay,
think they
all
are
right.
for, yeah, sorry. In 2019, there was discussion about the parking modification questions, and the applicant noted that the site, like the restaurant, meeting rooms, other areas would not be open to the public or community, only to hotel guests.
Yeah.
And on this, during the site visit, I think someone mentioned that would be changed. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, I think there's a regulation, it's AB something, I can't remember the exact number, but it, 2097, that allow, because of our location to the transit, to allow that to be a public restaurant. We still, as submitted and as proposed, it is a guest-only restaurant. I think there's pluses and minuses for both, right? As we think about protecting that mid-tier guest and accommodation, to give them the freedom where they don't have to go wait down the street for an hour for a reservation, could be interesting, right? But I think, we just couldn't support more parking, right? So I know a lot of people questioned the parking and it being underground. It's actually maybe I'll be off by a little bit, but it's actually above ground. The way the site slopes, it's a podium. And so it's underground parking from where it looks like from one side of the street, but it's actually a podium that's mostly above grade. So we did think about it. I mean, the level of detail that we've gone into to get to this point, these are like almost constructible documents at this point. So all of that was thought out. I think we are open to public, access, but not at the expense of having to park for that, because that can get pretty onerous.
Okay, thank you. So the site is in the Funk Zone, or kind of on the border of the Funk Zone, which has historically been known as a haven for artists and local small business owners. So I'm concerned that the scale and type of the development would displace those currently in the area. Would you consider prioritizing local artisans in, I guess, in the construction, in the design, in the operations?
Yeah, I mean, look, we're open. We've gotten to this point, but we're, to the point where we haven't remediated the site because we want to know that we have a project. It's the same thing as it relates to getting through the process of construction. I mean, we're open and flexible to understanding what the needs are, but we also need to know that there's a certainty of a project, and then we're happy to. I mean, it's a lot of moving parts to get to this point. So we understand and hear everyone's thoughts, and it's a lot of pushing and pulling. And I think it's one of those things where not everyone's going to get what they want, but we're open to discussing it on all fronts.
Thank you. And I know there are a number of items stored on the site. We saw that during the site visit. Is there a plan for where those items will be stored, or where those operations will occur once construction would begin on this site?
As far as moving the storage containers? Yeah, I mean, there will be a full plan that will go along with it. I don't know that we have that allocated for today.
Thank you. So the next couple questions are about the workforce, so I think still for you.
Okay.
And this was in the agenda packet, but also on slides 24 and 25. So the proposed project doesn't include housing units, and I understand that you were required to submit an analysis of short and long-term impacts to the housing stock. So there are a couple of different workforce groups there. During construction, it was anticipated there would be 80 to 100 people, and operations, 60 would be employed. I understand that our city's project labor agreement doesn't apply here, it's private. And the staff presentation noted on slide 24 that it's not anticipated that construction employees generated would exceed the local supply, but it's unclear if or how the local workforce would be used during construction. Can you speak to that?
I think similar to what was asked earlier, I think we are open, right? So we've done projects in the past where there is to the point where they want to make sure we are pulling local people and we can document that, right? So it really is, it's even hard for us to have those conversations, right? We'll go to many general contractors, we'll ask them all of those questions, and then that'll help line up what is the best way forward. It's hard to do that now. Again, it's the certainty of knowing there's a path forward, right? And we're at a point now where we're hoping to get a certainty of a path forward. And as that path forward is made clear, we can really start to get into the weeds, because there's a lot of things to still solve. But it's hard to solve it if you can't get past the one hurdle. So I think that's kind of what we're looking towards.
Thank you. And then for the operations, you anticipated that the hotel employees will likely live in Ventura, Lompoc, and Oxnard, which range 30 to 60 minutes away by car on average without traffic.
Yeah.
So can you tell us what, I guess, employee marketing strategy or led you to the plan or conclusion rather than planning to recruit from local unemployed or underemployed persons?
It is, again, not set in stone. I think we're flexible and open to conditions related to that. I think it's just, there is an overall that isn't specific to City of Santa Barbara, but just the hospitality industry in general. I mean, we're giving you guys the data we have today of where we know employees come in current hotels. It's not to say we can't try different, but that's kind of what the data shows now. So I think as we put together the application, that's what we use because that's all we know at this point.
Thank you. And if you are planning to have operational staff come from those areas, I think it was slide 29, that there was a reference to employees accessing the site by bike, bus, train, or shuttle, and I don't think that's realistic coming from that far away. And I'm curious if you're planning to offer transportation accommodations or incentives, like contracting with a clean air bus company, or if you're already in the application noting that they would come from out of the area. Have you also anticipated how they would get here and how you would incentivize that?
Yeah, I think it's, because we haven't gotten past that point where we're actually interviewing people, I think ultimately for us, and again, selfishly for hotel operations, you don't want the person to drive in for an hour, and something that could take 30 minutes takes an hour, right? So I think we will be pushing hard to get local, and that just is an operational efficiency that we would be looking for. Again, I think based on where we see today with some of the other hotels, that's the data we provided. And we'd be very much open to entertaining something different.
Thank you. And just a couple more questions. Sure. How is the lower price standard set, and if you can define extended stay and select service?
Sure. I don't think there's like a set definition of it other than like by the amenities you provide or lack of amenities you provide, you can therefore kind of decipher on where you are in the chain scale is what we call it in the hotel world, right? You've got the budget and the lower, and then you've got the luxury 5-star, 6-star stuff. We're select service, and so by definition, it's a 3-star product, right? And so when you get into this where you're not allowed to necessarily dictate rates, right, as a city, as in a government, but you can provide amenities that the market is pretty efficient in that it's going to tell you where you're going to be, right? And so when we define it as select service, when we provide select service, when we lock that in, it's going to basically put us in that range that we're anticipating. And again, that goes back to us, and part of the reason we're here is the extended stay nature. It actually, we're coming to you for a parking modification request because we're pretty adamant that extended stay be included in this product. We know it's a product that no one has in this, and we know there's a need for it. And it really, as we think through the need for access to the coast and that path, I mean, that's key. I mean, I jokingly say if, they don't have to go out the door and pay $20 for an avocado toast, they can go make it inside their hotel room. For a family, that's a lot of money, right? And so giving that is important, right? It's not only a market need, but I think it's the right thing to do. And so we've put ourselves in this presentation today asking something of you guys or your help because we think it's important. And so.
So back to how the lower price standard is set, you said the market will define it. So is it what the market will bear, or can you define that for me?
I don't think it's what the market will bear. It'll be I guess consumers are the market. So there's the hotel market and then there's the consumers. And again, as you think through how you, I guess, police, for lack of a better word, of how that mid-tier accommodation looks, it really does come down to the amenities, right? We don't, part of the parking modification is because we don't want to offer valet. Valet is, $50 and another addition or a fee to the guests. We don't necessarily want to do a full service restaurant. We don't want to have a bellhop. Like all of those things, not only do we think the world's changed in the hotel world and those things aren't necessary, but it also allows us to protect that mid-range and mid-tier guest and provide something that they need without layering on cost after cost.
Thank you. I have 2 more questions that I think are for staff.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
So I'm curious, how much will transient occupancy tax will this project contribute? I understand that it's 12% based on the room rate and occupancy, but I'm trying to understand how much will it contribute and when?
Commissioner Boss, we did not calculate that for this project.
Oh, yes, please.
I mean, again, it's not, you don't know until you know, but I mean, I would say it's, 12% on 250 rooms. You can assume it's in the $1.5 to $2 million range of transit occupancy tax. And as we all know, that goes other than, different than sales tax, different than property tax, that goes straight into, and you can allocate it in a budget, so. Don't hold me to that exact
I was
number,
going to say,
that's
so you're projecting 100% occupancy.
something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but just,
Uh-huh.
that's a general.
Okay. And then another question, since we're in the beginning part of a new regional housing needs allocation cycle, I understand that as a community, we may be considering policies that would impact projects in various phases of development. And I'm curious if we can revisit how we might incentivize housing over hotels and apply impact or in lieu or linkage fees to hotels in order to address the housing crisis.
Was that a question, or you're suggesting that's something we should do?
It's
Is that
a suggestion and
suggestion?
a request.
Yes.
I'm not sure how to pose it. Okay, thank you. That concludes my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Boss. And next, we have Commissioner Wiscombe, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, I'm just going to go through this. First of all, this is for Ms. Kennedy. I'm going to jump back and forth. Sorry about that, but for Ms. Kennedy, you had the two-part, you had the action by the Planning Commission and then the consideration, the adverse impact on housing stock. So if so, what were appropriate measures to address it? So do you have any examples of appropriate measures to address the fact if the Planning Commission feels that this has an adverse impact on housing stock? Could we, and maybe this is for Ms. Ostranger, could we do, for instance, one of the recommendations was, could we ask the applicant or developer to contribute money to the Affordable Trust Fund, which isn't called that now. Can't remember what council calls it now, but.
Chair Bonderson, Commissioner Wiscombe, we don't have an ordinance in that regard, so no, we can't.
Okay.
There's
So-
been no nexus study, we wouldn't be able to say, what is that amount? Like, so for example, when, with our AUD program, with inclusionary, there's a study where we land to make sure that we're hitting it. And I think that was what one of the public speakers had mentioned, that I think some other, like there was linkage fees and some other jurisdictions had done studies so that they could pass that type of policy ordinance. We haven't done that here.
Okay. But the fund's going to ordinance or has gone to ordinance, right? And we have a new name for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And yeah.
You are, but you're putting me on the spot because I can't remember what it is.
Yeah, okay. No, I didn't mean to put you on the spot. Hope, that's it, Hope. Okay. Yeah, okay. So you're really saying that we can't, even though we have an acronym for it, we can't actually even encourage, in other words, okay, I'm talking off the top of my head right now, but, a dedication of one occupied room or two occupied rooms, that money goes into the Hope Fund.
Chair Bonderson, Commissioner Wiscombe, at this point, no, because we don't have that policy. I do recall council discussing a certain portion of TOTs be allocated to that, if I recall correctly, as opposed to
Right.
doing a specific
Okay.
tax for that regard.
Okay. So we could then, as a commission, encourage or recommend to council that a certain percentage or a percentage of TOTs from this project, if it were to go through as a hotel, be put in the Hope Fund? And I use the word encourage or recommend.
Commissioner Wiscombe, for this project, I would say no. I would say when that comes forward to council, that's when you would, I think if they would come to the Planning Commission and ask, what percentage do you think is appropriate as it relates to our housing stock in low income?
Well, I guess I'm kind of caught between a rock and a hard place, because I'm kind of feeling that from Commissioner Boss's questions and probably a lot of my questions and other commissioners' questions here, that we're trying to find out what would be examples of appropriate measures if we have an adverse impact on the city's housing stock. But I'm also looking at these people who have been working on this project for many, many years. And, there's got to be a middle ground. And I'm trying to figure out where that is. So that's why I'm exploring that. So, and do we know how many residential units could be built on this property? That's a really open-ended question, because it depends, depends on the design, yeah, but we do have a height limit, so, and actually, the applicant may be able to, you've probably looked at that, right?
Commissioner Wiscombe, I can give you some
Okay.
basic numbers. So 56 units would be the base density. That's based on 1 unit per 3,500 square feet. In the coastal zone, we also have the variable density program, and so the number of units depends on if it's a studio, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, et cetera. So I don't have exact calculations because it depends on the bedrooms. But for example, the previous project proposed, I believe, 90 condominiums of varying bedrooms, so something
Okay.
in that range.
Okay, thank you so much, good. Okay, and then, this is a really specific question. The specific plan, they call for some things, and I realize the specific plan was done in 1983, but they do call for an airport shuttle be provided. Is that something that you're providing, or is that like the specific plan also called for carpool spaces, I think, dedicated in the parking lot, but I think Mr. Cornell or one of you said that, or maybe it was Ms. Kennedy said that you don't do that anymore because that just, it's better to just leave it open. Right. Yeah. So are you planning on doing an airport shuttle requirement, or is this something that staff was going to have to look into?
That's actually included in the conditions of approval.
Is it? I couldn't
Yeah.
find it, so, yeah.
Page 31 of 142. So it's the transportation demand management, so we've copied over the applicable parts of the specific plan there. So A, it would be 3A is the shuttle service.
Oh, okay. Yes, okay, I do see that. Good, okay, good. And then the applicant letter, which was on page 99 of 142, or the place that I was looking at, states that bus passes will be available for all employees, that you're providing bus passes. I didn't see that anywhere in the conditions of approval, or can you comment on that as the applicant? Are you providing bus passes for people that might work at the hotel that might have to commute long ways?
Is it in the, yeah, I think it is.
It's actually included
yeah.
in that same section.
I did not see that.
It's
so-
condition G3E. Page 31 of 142.
Shall contact MTD to purchase bus passes? Okay, free of charge. Okay, great. I don't know why I missed that, but okay, great. So that's in there. So there will be some means for some people that would have to travel a long way if they're not, okay. They're certainly not going to take the train. That's, unfortunately. Okay. And then I want to go to LUP policy 4.3-4, and that calls for a site-specific visual evaluation requirement. And I'm wondering, do we have a report or a written record of this evaluation of visual evaluation for, and I assume that's for views, et cetera. It was one of the policies that, Ms. Kennedy, I don't have the page, no. Yeah, visual value evaluation requirement, a site-specific visual evaluation shall be required for new development and substantial redevelopment that has the potential to impact scenic resources or public scenic views. What I'm asking you, because we've had some public comment about, view blockage, that type of thing, do we have a written report or a record of this evaluation?
So I would refer to that line of sight study that was prepared and reviewed by the Historic Landmarks Commission to fall under
So
that category as well.
I've not seen that.
That's
Okay.
part of the project
It's
plans.
in sheet C7 in your
Oh,
set.
yeah, okay, I did see that, and HLC has signed off on that. Is that right?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Okay, okay. Okay. Okay, and I think I did confirm with Ms. Ostranger, and I think Commissioner Boss said something about it. We can't condition the project with any sort of project labor agreement. So,
Commissioner Wiscom, that is correct.
Okay,
The
thank
PLA
you.
that the city has is for public projects.
right, great,
And
okay. Thank
Commissioner Wiscom, while I have the floor, I was just informed that the HOPE fund is going through ordinance committees, so it hasn't quite yet been formed, but it's going through.
It's going when? Soon?
It's going to go to ordinance committee next.
That's what I thought, yeah, okay, great, thank you, okay. And then I wanted to, one of our public, I will just go on the record of saying we have a lot of public comment that came in very late on this project. So I'm going to ask about some of it, and then we'll see where it takes us. If, my fellow commissioners and I are satisfied with the answers. But let's talk about flood control. Can someone talk about that? One of the letters talked about, said something about HLC, said something about floodgates, and then there was I probably have the letter here, and then what happens if the park?
Commissioner Wiscom, so they do need to comply with the SWIM guidelines, of course, and I think maybe the applicant team, if they have engineers here, but they need to comply with those regulations. So there was a talk about floodgates. I'm not sure if they're actually part of the project or not. That was brought up at the HLC meeting due to the underground parking.
Sure, Bonderson, Commissioner Wiscom. The parking area is below flood elevation, but the entrances to them are at base flood, so at least there is that protection. We are not intending to do floodgates, but basically the parking area being flooded would be mitigated by being able to pump it out. There's no electrical equipment down there, so it is allowed to be below the base flood elevation. But of course, the whole hotel, all of those facilities are above base flood.
Okay, so you by code, you're allowed to be below base flood elevation because there's no public safety danger other than
Correct.
flooding.
But we do think that by having the grade at base flood entering into those parking structures, it is going to mitigate somewhat flooding. Obviously, if the floods go above what is considered the base flood elevation, there would be water going down in that garage.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Okay, good. And then let's go on to CEQA, because we are now being required to have a environmental review, CEQA findings. So I'd like someone to walk me through, we got a letter from someone late, this was from Richard Drury. This just came in today, literally, but it's on behalf of Supporters Alliance of Environmental Responsibility, and it talks about this project not being, have you seen this letter? Welcome, Ms. Peugeot, nice to see you. I was so happy to see your face. Did you see this letter, or is this something that we should respond to it?
Chair Bonderson, Commissioner Wiscombe, I believe so. It's the one dated April 5th from...
No, it's April 6th. It just came in today, and it says, after reviewing the categorical exemption, we conclude that the exemption fails as an informational document, and there is a fair argument that the project may have adverse environmental impacts due to unusual circumstances. If you have not looked at this letter, do you want this? Do you want to look at this?
I was just given a copy. Given a copy here. Let me, I'll look over it right now.
Yeah, okay, and I'll move on and come back on that, because that's fairly important. So the next thing is the Coastal Commission. Let me move on to something, let me move on to a question I can ask Ms. Ostringer. So can we condition a project with a certain percentage of local workers, like 25% or something like that, and define local, or is that kind of bordering on PLA, Project Labor Agreement?
Correct. We would have to have some sort of policy, and there's some constitutional issues that we would need to address before we...
Okay. I figured I knew the answer to that before I asked, but I thought I'd ask. Okay, good. And Ms. Kennedy, can we talk about the Coastal Commission letter that also came in late, I think yesterday or today? I'm had some concerns about that, if I can find the darn thing here. Here it is, yeah, okay. So we have a lower cost visitor serving accommodations program, and I know so there was some concern by the Coastal Commission staff that this concern that this might just be a luxury. So can we address that? And they specifically point to this program, the city shall develop a detailed program to ensure lower cost visitor serving accommodations are protected, encouraged, and where feasible, provided in accordance with Coastal Act. So
we do not have that program right yet.
Okay.
So, and they wanted to see if this project meets that definition of a luxury overnight accommodation, and we feel like it doesn't. We don't have a definition per se, but based on what the applicant has expressed today and our understanding reviewing this project, that it is more of a mid-level, not a high-end luxury project. That's why I felt like it would meet that policy of a lower cost compared to other luxury hotels.
Okay, so I appreciate that answer. Are we working on developing a lower cost visitor serving accommodations program?
Chair Bonderson and Commissioner Wiscombe, not currently.
Okay.
Just in terms of the workload, it's not.
Honest answer. I figured, again, that would be the answer I thought I'd ask. Okay. So with that information, Ms. Ostringer, is there a way to ensure the applicant has stated that this is medium level 3-star accommodations with 3-star prices? Is there a way to ensure that when they build the project, that in our conditions of approval, is there a way to do that? I know it's, if you want to think about that while Ms. Peugeot goes. I'm really trying to, just get around some of these things that have come up that are concerns.
Chair Bonderson, Commissioner Wiscombe, I can't think of a way that we could condition a project on what that is. I'm not even quite sure what the definition of that is, unless Ms. DeBusk has some other understanding from the Coastal Commission.
No, Chair Wiscombe, I do not, and we also specifically have policies that says we cannot require that rents be fixed at a
Right.
certain rate, so.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're fairly limited in how we can address it.
So we don't have any way of knowing that this is going to be mid-level.
Commissioner Wiscombe, that's correct. I think what we do as staff, and I know this term doesn't always go over very well, but it's that affordable by design. We look at what types of amenities are being provided, what are the room sizes, things such as providing valet. Those are all things that contribute to the level of the hotel, but there's nothing, we can't guarantee what level it stays at. And ratings are also, not across the board. If you look up what is a luxury hotel.
They're subjective.
Exactly.
Yes. Yeah.
And it changes over time. Something that used to constitute something luxury is now something you expect at the lowest price point. So it does change.
Okay. Okay, that answers that question. Okay, good. Thank you. I'm trying here. Okay, so let me go back to Ms. Peugeot. Are you ready?
Yes, thank you, Chair Bonderson, Commissioner Wiscombe. In reviewing the comment letter questions the use of the CEQA exemption for infill developments, and it states it's citing unusual circumstances, particularly because the site is in the coastal zone, and it mentions the use of endangered, rare, or threatened species. This site being in the coastal zone is not an unusual circumstance, and regarding the comment about habitat for endangered, rare, and threatened species, a bioassessment was done, aquatic resources report that was peer-reviewed, and the report did not find any endangered or special status species.
Okay, and then it goes on to say, thank you for that. It goes on to say, there also appears to be no substantial evidence in the record to support a finding that the project would not result in any significant effects relating to traffic, noise, air quality, and water quality. Can you comment on that?
Yes, there's technical studies that were done for all of these, for traffic, noise, air quality, and water quality, and those reports were all peer-reviewed.
Okay, great, yeah, because I know, that's right, because Ms. Kennedy mentioned them. We saw the traffic study one, but I don't think we saw the other ones. But yeah, okay, so all those boxes have been checked, and we're good to go as far as CEQA on that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, okay. Just one last question, and that's the bicycle parking. Is, Ms. Kennedy, it's 45 or 46 bicycle spaces required, and they're required to be covered? Is that how many are?
There are 45 required, they're providing 46. 26 are covered in underground parking area, and then there are 20 on grade uncovered.
Okay. And are the ones at grade covered? Because aren't they all supposed to, did I read this incorrectly?
Percentage of the employee bike parking they're covered and they're underground.
Okay. Oh, employee parking to be enclosed and covered. So
Yes.
those are the ones that are. Okay, good. I got that then. Okay, I'm done. Thank you all so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. Next, we have Commissioner Wardlow, please.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonderson. First, I have some questions. Sorry, can you guys hear me? First, I have some questions for Ms. Kennedy. So Thank you for explaining that. It seems that the study that was noted in the 2019 Planning Commission meeting, that there would be a study on the short-term, long-term impacts on housing, that would be provided. You noted in the beginning that that was no longer needed, and I was just hoping you could clarify and kind of expand on why that report is no longer needed.
I think you misunderstood, so I didn't say that was no longer needed.
Great.
But what I did say is that we wanted you to talk about the housing and also provided the information that was given to us from the applicant team about the number of employees for construction and long-term.
Great, so that report has not been completed yet? Is that?
No, they have not provided the amount of detail that would be, we think, required by this. That's why we brought this up to kind of talk about what is needed. Is there adverse impact? Are there any short-term, long-term impacts?
Okay. I thought that the study that was going to be provided would be helpful in assessing that as a commission, right, for us. So it's unfortunate that that's not ready yet. Will that be coming after this hearing?
I would say no. I'd say that the only information we've received is what we've received so far, and whether that's an issue or not, I mean, that's really the question is, are there any adverse impacts? And is there anything that the Planning Commission how can they address that in this project?
Commissioner Wardlow, so the applicant did provide some information on number of employees, as you saw. If the Planning Commission does not feel like that information is providing what is needed to make a determination, then that's something you could ask the applicant to provide more information on.
Okay, wonderful. So my next question is regarding kind of the situation with our hotels currently. So in our hotels today, what percentage are like always occupied? Do we have an idea of how, how robustly overutilized are our hotels that we currently have?
I don't have that number. I know, Allison, I don't know if you do with that recent review. We may not have it at our fingertips.
That'd be something that we'd love to get in the future. Do you guys happen to know how much the TOT tax for the Fest Parker is that we receive right now, or something comparable, Rosewood, something like that?
Again, I don't have those numbers.
That'd be something that I think that the commission would like to understand, just so we can get a sense of what is the TOT tax that we're receiving from a prominent hotel in that region today, and what would that be compared to this project, given that this is looking to be a moderate-priced hotel. So I would assume that the TOT tax would be likely substantially less than that of some of our higher income or higher luxury hotels. But that's something I'd like for the commission to understand. Another question, if the city council had adopted the hotel moratorium, would this project have been impacted by that?
Chair Bonderson and Commissioner Wardlow, I'm not sure. And part of the reason is because one of the things we were looking at is whether it was appropriate to do a moratorium in the coastal zone, where short-term accommodations is one of the uses that they are encouraging. So we didn't know if that would be consistent with our local coastal plan. So I'm not sure how that would have ended up had it moved forward.
Okay, thank you. So, Ms. DeBusk, I know you already mentioned and made clear to everyone that this property is eligible for housing development, and you referenced the project that moved forward in 2008 that was proposed for 90 units. Could you explain kind of what happened with that and why that project failed or didn't move forward? Sorry.
Commissioner Wardlow, I actually don't know why. Well, I think there are probably multiple reasons why that project didn't move forward. At that time, one of the main issues was contamination. I know they needed to do a lot of studies to determine what contamination was there and what would need to be done, and at the time, they didn't want to undertake that work. So that was a big part of it.
That's helpful. And what work has been, so understanding that the EIR study was done in the 80s, what work has been done to address those concerns that happened in the 2008 housing project, so that now that this type of project can move forward?
I'm not quite sure I understand the question.
If in 2008, there were significant concerns about, the environmental safety of the project, so it didn't move forward, what has been addressed or done to ensure that that's not still a
For
current
the
issue?
soil remediation, so they've moved forward with lots of sampling and testing, and they're narrowing down the areas that need to be remediated. So it's ongoing process of determining what needs to go where as far as soil remediation. So it's actively working on that now. I guess they've decided to move forward with doing that work.
So they're doing the work to figure that out, whereas the other project didn't want to go down that path, so then it kind of stopped. Okay, I appreciate that clarity. So understanding that we don't have a report on the, long-term, short-term impacts of our housing stock, I have some questions about our housing stock. So how many properties do we currently have in our city of this scale that's eligible for housing developments, that is comparable, do we have available today?
I don't have that information available to me right now.
Commissioner Wiscom, I also don't have that offhand, but it would be the parcels that are identified in our housing element as suitable sites for housing. Offhand, I can't think of anything that's this big, but it's something we could look into.
Okay, I appreciate that. Moving to kind of a different line of questioning.
Excuse me, can I just have a quick
Yeah, sure.
follow-up on that? I know you don't have the list, but do you know if this particular site is on that list?
No.
It is not. Okay, thank you.
And I'm not going to go to that. Okay, so in the 2019 hearing, it was discussed that the applicant put forward a sea level rise study, and I just wanted to check, obviously, our city has had an internal working group on sea level rise studies. How does the study that was provided by the applicant mesh or align with the study that we have done as a city on the sea level rise?
Commissioner Willow, this was a report that was reviewed. I need to look over it to answer that specific question, but at the time, staff did review it and determined that it was consistent with the CLUP policies in the coastal plan that pertain to sea level rise.
But at that time, the working group hadn't concluded their sea level rise study, is that right?
So this was part of the review that went forward through this application.
Mm-hmm. But so separate from that, right, we had an internal working group that Commissioner Wiscom was a part of that has been working on this for a long time to really understand what is the projected sea level rise and how would that impact the coastal areas. So I just wanted to make sure that
Yeah, it was the sea level rise adaptation plan that was,
Yes.
that was adopted by council.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
Yes,
you.
my understanding is that that plan informed the 2019 coastal land use policies that pertain to sea level rise. And so while staff review this study, we were looking at those LUP policies. So in that way, the assumption is that if the policies were formed on the basis of the 2018 study, and that this study is consistent with those policies, that it would be consistent.
Okay, thank you for clarifying
So,
that.
so what you're basically saying is that the sea level rise adaptation plan was done before the LUP update?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, okay, I couldn't remember what order because I was on both of those, so I wasn't sure which
Thank you
way.
very much for clarifying that. We had some questions about that. So in the staff report, it specifically notes that the EIR estimated that there would be a demand for 7 new housing units upon build out of the entire specific plan. Now, obviously, that was done back in the 80s. Do we have an assessment of how many units that would be today? Or based on the information that the applicant is putting forward of the workforce and all that jazz, like what would be the projected idea of how much workforce housing would be needed?
Yeah, we haven't done that. We don't have that information.
And just so I understand, when we see these types of notes saying that this is, what was the word? There would be a demand for 7 new housing, so there's no requirement in any way, and I think, other commissioners here have referenced this, but, I have, and I'll save this for the comments, but Is there any, is there a plan or option, or has the applicant really considered how to address this need for workforce housing? My understanding is that it's not required, right? We're seeing in the report that that there will be a demand, that it will likely be necessary, but it's not required by this project. What action has been taken to see if this is an option? Sorry, I guess this is a question for the applicant. I'll be more clear. What work has been done to assess if there's an option for workforce housing on site?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it is a very difficult site in that, as you saw, it's being used fully to accommodate the hotel. And in fact, all the parking is being put under, or most of the parking is being put underground. So the only way to accommodate housing would be to build more building, to somehow build housing in addition to the hotel rooms. And so, you know, what does that mean? I don't know. No, we have not studied including additional housing units into the hotel. I mean, it's kind of a challenging mix, frankly, to have full-time housing in as part of a hotel operation.
That definitely makes sense.
So-
Given that other hotels in the community have worked to offset this, you know, the need for more housing for their employees, like building either a affordable housing on-site, if other operators can figure this out, isn't there an opportunity for us to figure this out?
Well, personally, I'm unaware of any hotel project in the community where housing has been built as part of it. So I could be wrong, but I'm not aware of it.
So I was told that the Biltmore, or not the Biltmore and the Rosewood.
That's in the county, and I think that may be underway right now. I mean, as far as an approval process is concerned, and they do have, I know, a lot of parking lot adjacent to the railroad tracks that is separate from the hotel, that probably is where they're facilitating that.
Okay.
Sure.
I'll just one comment to that, just because it goes back to the Rosewood is probably the most expensive hotel on the West Coast. He's taller than I am. So it goes back to that, like where we are really trying to protect this range of hotel. And when we start to layer on or cut back on the key count or have to build affordable housing, if we could get and charge Rosewood numbers or Biltmore numbers, it can pencil, but we're adamant about where we are positioned on it, and that's why the key count's important, and that's why kind of, you know, the inability to kind of accommodate it on site is tough.
Okay. Well, don't go. I have more questions for you. Okay. So now I will turn to my applicant questions. So can you describe what operator you're considering, like what kind of projects they do, what's their clientele like who's your target market here?
Yeah, I mean, the target market is families. It is, you know, we have a range. Again, there's a laundry list of things we have to do should we get past this point. But it is, when you think about the select service world, it is the extended stays, residence inns, things like that. Those are the type of hotels that allow us to not only operate efficiently, but also kind of still put us in that bracket where we think it'll be mid-tier.
So we're looking at families that are going to come for a month and stay in Santa Barbara. That's the idea.
No, I mean, not necessarily. I mean, a week, spring break, we're on spring break right now. If I had that room, I would stay there. I wouldn't stay there for a month. But again, it's that ability to have a kitchen, have a stove, give you space for your kids. I mean, that's really what we're trying to hit with the extended stay portion.
Okay. What kind of neighborhood outreach has been done to the Funk Zone community, residents, artists, business owners, and how has that gone for you all?
None to date. Again, I think it's one of those things where we need to figure out what we have in the project and what we are asking for. I think it's critical that we do that, assuming, it goes back to your question about kind of remediation and all of that stuff with the site. We are going to do that, and we will listen to all the voices that are there, but we also have to know that there's a viable project. And so I think all of those things in the list of questions is kind of the next tier of things for us to address.
Okay.
Sean, can I just follow up on that? Because I do think this is important in defense of Sean. You know, and I said I had been working on this for over 5 years. So Michael Rosenfeld originally, who developed the Californian Hotel, was the one who was pursuing this development. And in fact, the design started with that organization. And we went to the Planning Commission and we went to Historic Landmarks Commission. And for whatever reason, Michael Rosenfeld decided he couldn't do the project and sold it to Sean's group. Sean came into this with a project that had gone through all of those initial steps, gone through an environmental review, had the specific plan. I don't think that it wasn't a situation where we were starting from scratch, like where we would have gone into an outreach type of a situation. So, I don't think it was any, frankly, on people's radar screen, maybe because there was a high expectation that this had already gone through a lot of process. So.
Okay. I appreciated the comments of one of the public commenters regarding the current folks that are utilizing this space and running their businesses out of this area. I think you already may have noted that there is not a plan in place for relocation, and I just wanted to touch on, how that is going, understanding that, a number of those folks have been there for a number of years. Is there a plan for relocation? Is there a plan for, where they're going to go?
Yeah, I think I addressed that a bit earlier. We haven't gotten to that point yet. Again, I think there is, this is kind of the discretionary part, and we want to know that we get through it, and then it's really getting into the weeds of addressing all those things, so.
Okay.
I want to just add, I'm sorry, Commissioner. I also am responsible for Villa Del Mar. And that project was displacing a lot of industrial uses, surfboard shops, et cetera. And it was highly controversial because of that. It was a real issue. And as a 40-year resident of Santa Barbara, it is a real problem that we are facing, that all of our industrial areas that were traditionally industrial, surprisingly close to the coast because it's a bizarre combination of where we started historically. We as a community have to deal with that, providing those areas, and we're trying to do it by maintaining manufacturing zones that don't allow residential and whatnot. But it is ironic to me that the folks who live in that project, if they knew what that project had gone through in terms of opposition because of its displacement. So it's unfortunate, it really is, and I don't know what we do. It's a community problem.
My last question is, as an applicant and as a steward of this community, that obviously, it's because of this family that we have a lot of the roads that we have that move us right down easily to the beach. The Santa Barbara that we love today looks and feels the way it does because of decisions made a long time ago, and I'm grateful for that. I just want to understand, from the applicant's perspective, really what is the benefit that the residents of Santa Barbara are going to receive from this development?
Well, I'll take a shot at it. This is very hard because of the specific plan process, which we cherish and want that to happen on other things. And I don't know, what do you do when the city has gone through a long process, even though it was 40 or 38, 37 years ago, it still was a valid process and gave this land a certain right. And I think we heard that the project, you could do 91 bedroom units on this pursuant to the variable density, and you would have the remediation problem. You've got the Coastal Act that encourages hotels. So is it a benefit to the community? Yes, for the fact that people's relatives can come and stay in those extended stay rooms that don't really exist in much in the community. Yeah, that is a benefit. Certainly the TOT tax is a benefit. I would love to see TOT tax devoted to housing within our community. Right now, we're not doing, the city itself is not doing enough. Developers are the ones who are expected to provide the affordable housing. So, maybe that is the answer, that the TOT tax can be directed towards meeting those needs.
I appreciate that answer. I think that's the remainder of my questions for now. Thank you. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Wardlow. Next, we have Commissioner Lodge, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Somewhere in here, under transportation, it says that there is zero impact if a project is within a half mile of major transit. Is that just plain state law? That the state legislature determined that if it was within half a mile, there were no impacts? Is that where it comes from? I don't know.
Regarding CEQA, yes, that's in the state legislature. That was part of the changes from SB 743.
No, I have trouble accepting that, but where did my questions go? Mr. Kernall, you pointed out all the solar panels. Often projects come before us where it's set up for solar panels. Is it proposed that these will be installed at the part of the construction project? So they'll be there from the beginning?
The new California Green Building Code will require that, yes.
Oh, okay.
And we actually have to provide not only the solar panels, but we have to provide the battery storage, which is why we made that late change for the battery storage on the site plan.
Okay. Thank you.
Before we go any further, I would just like to let Ms. DeBusk jump in for a moment.
Thank you. Excuse me, Commissioner Lodge. I just wanted to note that Julia Peugeot does need to leave at 4:15, so I'm sorry for the late notice, but if there are any more environmental questions, if maybe we can focus on those, if anyone has anything left, or maybe we already covered them all.
Okay, I don't have any more that are related to that. Does anybody else?
Yes, it seems like Commissioner DeLuccio may have one. Do you mind if we hold on a
No, go
moment?
ahead.
Commissioner Lodge, I'll have you jump in with that question alone.
I kind of have one. I realize that the specific plan, the EIR initial one was done like 40 years ago almost, and at that time it said there was a demand for, they estimated 7 new housing units. So I was wondering, so we're not doing an updated EIR for that, obviously. They're exempt under the project they're proposing. But I was also looking for, hoping as part of this meeting, they would come back with their own study at this point, because I can't imagine there's still 7 new housing units. I don't know how many it is. I'm not an expert, but I was hoping to find that number out. I know they're not proposing housing for this project, but we seem to be talking about that a lot, and I recognize, as my fellow commissioners do, that we need housing. So I'm kind of stuck without having that information. So so I guess I'm going beyond CEQA here, but, because we're not going to do much CEQA work on that, obviously, right? We just need to, they were going to come back with some kind of demand study.
Commissioner DeLuccio, unfortunately, we don't have that study, and I want to bring up that number from the 1983 EIR. Housing is one of those issues that is not necessarily, the checklist questions in CEQA aren't necessarily designed for housing issues. In the EIR, it was disclosed as a EIR's disclosure documents. But the checklist questions in the CEQA guidelines pertain to the displacement of existing residents and the physical environmental effects that would come with that displacement. And so while the EIR in 1983 chose to disclose that and that it would generate that need, traditionally, if you were looking at the CEQA thresholds, it's not a strict environmental CEQA impact, and you'll notice that in the slides and in the discussion, staff have been using the term adverse impact to kind of distinguish it from a significant impact under CEQA.
But I still would have liked to have had that number, some estimate, because obviously as part of the application process, that was called out that they were going to, I believe, do a study, a demand type study. And from that, I was hoping we could arrive at some kind of number.
So why don't we hold on to that? We can go into deliberations to request some of that information possibly. I do also have one question before we let you out the door, and that was simply kind of a process question more than anything else. When we have a specific plan or an EIR that's designed in 1983, and it has not been, nothing has been developed on it. It's been sitting there waiting to be used. And 40 years is a significant amount of time. The world changes, the demands change, even the land beneath the surface may change. Is there a requirement for an update after 40 years? Or does this EIR still stand as the absolute tell-all of that site?
Chair Bonderson, the answer is it depends. In this case, there was the 1983 EIR, and we included the conditions from that EIR, and we included parts of that EIR in the staff presentation, the staff report as disclosure. For this environmental review, staff talked a lot about what type of CEQA review would be appropriate, whether to do something like an addendum to the EIR, which would basically explain how this project matches the EIR analysis that was done back in 1983. In this case, we decided to go for the infill development exemption because of that reason, because so much time has passed, because the setting had changed substantially. And so by doing the infill exemption, there's a checklist of requirements that includes no impacts to air quality, to traffic noise, water quality, to any habitat that might be considered sensitive habitat for endangered or rare species. And so we requested technical studies to make sure that we could fulfill those checklist items. And those studies came back and we reviewed them to ensure that the impacts were less than significant below the thresholds. And there was a lot of work that went into reviewing those studies and to making sure that we had that record. And so in short, the 1983 EIR serves as disclosure, background, but we did a separate CEQA review using the infill exemption.
And as part of that, would an updated geological or soil study be part of what you would need to be able to do your review in the most adequate way? An updated one, since of course the setting has changed. There's roads, there's freeway, there's housing across the street that wasn't there when this was initially put together. And I know that you can look at it from a CEQA standpoint, but would you require actual real data from the ground, from the soil, to be able to fulfill the complete review from your office?
Chair Bonderson, for CEQA, not necessarily. CEQA looks at high-level issues like faults and seismic hazards. At the building stage, at the construction and building and grading permits, an updated geotech report is absolutely required. The CEQA standpoint is to ensure that the recommendations or the conditions are such that that a project could still be viable or could still be built with some sort of engineering.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Ms. Peugeot. I want to respect your exit, and your time has come, so thank you for answering our questions. And thank you, Ms. DeBusk, for bringing that to our attention. I'd like to redirect back to Commissioner Lodge, who was interrupted, and let her continue with her line of questioning. Are you ready?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A very small point, slide 47, referring to the first paragraph on page 5.
Hold on one moment. Let me make sure that Ms. Kennedy or Ms. DeBusk can guide us on screen. Commissioner Lodge would like to discuss slide 40. I believe that was correct. Yes, slide 40?
Yeah, it said they wanted to remove the number of new street trees in that first paragraph. It says 5 new street trees. Is that to give more flexibility to Parks and Recreation?
To not designate the certain number of street trees?
Okay.
That one?
It could be more, could be less.
Exactly. We want to make sure, and we want to have the flexibility. When these conditions are finalized, they're, written, and then we'd have to do some kind of substantial conformance. So we'd like to have the flexibility.
All right, and then finally, I think almost all of us have expressed concern about how the great generation of more demand for more affordable housing with this project. And staff asked us to consider this issue. In the staff report, what are the Planning Commission's options, or do we have any?
Well, that's the big question. I think that's been asked already, is whether we can have fees associated with it or some contribution, and that's not an option right now. You can't require housing on site as part of this project.
We cannot legally require it, or we can't request it? What's the actual term? Because I don't want it to come across like it's not zoned for it.
It is zoned
Yeah.
for it. Housing is allowed on the site. I would
There you
defer to the city attorney on this.
Chair Bonderson, the property is zoned for housing, however, the applicant has chosen not to provide housing. In order for a condition to not be considered a takings, it has to have a nexus. And I can't tell you what that nexus is because there's been no study to determine what that appropriate amount would be.
Well, it refers to, the staff report refers to like a potential adverse impact. And I don't see any way that there isn't going to be an adverse impact. And I know the property which went up on appeal, a hotel proposal on East Montecito Street. I think it was about 400 block, yeah. I think it was during the city council appeal hearing on that project that the developer agreed to build elsewhere some replacement affordable housing for the housing that was already there. That was
replacement. Yeah, four units were being demolished, and they'll replace them with 6 off-site.
Okay, and so we can't do anything about an off-site requirement then in this case.
Chair Bonderson, Commissioner Lodge, in that case, if I recall correctly, I think it might have even been some part, the 6, as opposed to after the 4 had been demolished. But in that case, there's a definable loss of housing. In this case, there's no housing on that site.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. Next, we'll go to Commissioner DeLuccio.
Yeah, I'll just ask a couple of questions. I want to thank my fellow commissioners for asking some really good questions today that I would have asked some of those. Maybe I want to ask the applicant about the 2 acres of open space, or I have a question about that. I know that's part of the specific plan. You have to dedicate some open space. Can you describe where that open space is?
I don't know if we can put the plan back up. But it's in our set, we have that sheet, correct? Dave, buried in here, right? So if we can put up our computer, if you can get to that sheet. Essentially, it is all of the landscaped areas of the site. It is the pool, it is both of those areas that Courtney talked about as far as those amenities. And then it is the rooftop deck, and it is the fitness center that's on the 3rd floor of the building over the lobby.
Okay.
So that's how that 2 acres is accounted for.
I was leading somewhere with this question. Actually, you described it to me so hard. Basically, it's not a lot of hardscape on the ground floor. on this, in the surroundings. It's mostly on like rooftops, and I was thinking there's no place to put additional housing on this property, on those 2 acres.
Well, as I said before, I think the only place you could put housing if you intermingled it and built, I mean, you'd have to build over the 2-story portions and make 3 stories in that area, or I suppose you could build over the parking lot to try to put housing there. It would be challenging because that housing would all have to be accessible. And so there'd be a whole nother elevator exiting system, et cetera, for it. So it would be a challenge, obviously.
It would be a challenge, especially the way this has already been put together, the plans and everything. If you had to redo it, it would, to add housing, that would change a lot of stuff.
Well, sure. I mean, we would, if we had to do that, we'd be revising the plans. We'd have to go back to HLC. We'd have to do, all of the work associated with that. And furthermore, then we would also have to park that housing. Now, to be clear, I want to be clear about AB 2097. That says we could build this without any parking, which I'm going to guess that Sean wouldn't feel comfortable building this project without any parking, and we wouldn't want to build it without parking, but that's what that law says, no?
Actually, hotel
Okay.
rooms require parking.
Okay, under AB 207.
Yeah, hotels
okay.
are
I
exempt.
apologize.
Hotels are exempt.
I apologize for being incorrect, but, so we could build housing without parking, however, on this site, so.
So you're following what's in the specific plan is what you're doing. That, you're executing this development
Sure.
per what was in that
Yeah,
specific plan.
and
which we-
as I was corrected, this would require a 1 space per hotel room pursuant to AB 2097.
I just have one final question. Just reading the application, it says that, just to be clear, that it's going to be a gathering space that will enable even more residents, visitors, and tourists to enjoy Santa Barbara. So that tells me, this will be open to members of the public to come on the premise?
I don't know what the security aspects are going to be. I mean, there probably are security. Sean, do you want to try to answer that?
In the application.
They are guest-only amenities as it's proposed today. So I think it's probably just talking about people coming in and being able to enjoy Santa Barbara because they can now
The
stay.
visitors to the hotel. So right now, there will be a restaurant there?
Yes.
How big, I mean, it says you can have a restaurant, I guess, according to the specific plan, up to 275 people or something, a restaurant lounge.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a definition of a restaurant being a third-party operator. It'll be operated by the hotel. It'll offer, extended stay usually offers buffet stuff style for the mornings, and then kind of grab and go for lunch, and then light bites at nighttime.
So you don't envision it being open to the public?
Well, as it was proposed, we said we had to park it. And so I think one of the questions earlier was whether or not we were open to making it to the public, and I think we are. The parking requirement associated with it would be, we wouldn't want to have to park an additional 100 cars because it's a public restaurant.
Right, I mean, as far as everything's here, I don't think we can stop that, and.
I think the original letter, like back in the 80s, basically said it was a hotel motel use and that you kind of had to keep it to a certain number of people and guest only. I think that law that came into effect changed that, and I think that was kind of in the discovery process, we found that out and it was kind of brought to our attention, so we're open to it.
Well, that's AB 2097, which means that if you do open up to outside guests, you're not required to have additional parking.
Correct, yeah. And we won't have a bouncer at the front, so I'm sure there'll be, so, yeah, we're open to it, as long as it doesn't cause us, because the last thing we want to do is, we're pretty maxed out on the parking. We'd have to start to think about another level of underground parking, given the height limits and stuff, so.
Thank you.
Okay, before I take my turn, I still have a repeat commissioner here. Commissioner Wardlow, do you want to go again?
Yes, sorry. Another question
No
for staff.
apologies, don't do that.
And I want to say before I ask this question, I really do understand how much work goes into these development projects, and I'm just asking these questions so that we can really understand, because obviously this is a development that will be here for the next 100 years and is going to make a huge impact on how the Funk Zone is and the feel and the vibe and everything. So I have, real concerns and questions. So I just want to ask Tava, one question. So in the 2019 hearing, staff came to the commission and asked very specifically for feedback on the intended use. If today the majority of the commission were to say that they are not comfortable with the intended use of a hotel, what would be the next step for the applicant for this project?
Chair Bonderson, Commissioner Wardlow, that was, I believe, a concept hearing, correct? So that was a concept hearing, and that's, at that time, that's where the commission weighs in to give the applicant the feedback so that they don't proceed down a path that they know the commission couldn't support based on the findings and permits that are needed. So the applicant has relied on that. In this point, it's if you can't make the findings that are required for this project, then you can state the reasons and you can not approve the project or the approvals is a more appropriate term. So that's what it is, but the intended use is kind of.
That ship has sailed?
Yes.
Got it. Okay, my last question for the applicant, understanding all of the questions and, the community and all of the public comment that we've received today, and I think the biggest point that, 2019, the world was a different place, let alone in the 80s. Things are very different. So the idea that in 2019, the Planning Commission sat here and said that this use was okay, I think that after COVID, given the massive housing crisis that we're in a different place today. And because of that, I want to ask, and I asked this in many Planning Commission meetings, is there anything that this commission or the city could do to encourage or change your use in a way where it would make sense for this project to be a housing project? Is there anything that we could do to make that different?
The short answer from our side, one, because we are, part of our agreement with the Wright family right now is that we are building a hotel. So I think there's some kind of private discussions that would change things on our end. I will tell you the density and the requirements to have to go back through an EIR process or change it, the deal wouldn't pencil. If we were to walk away from this as a 250-key hotel, even if you came to us and said, we want hotel, but we want 200 hotel rooms and 50 affordable housing, I will tell you the deal will probably fall apart. I think if there was a potential to have to move this, again, it took us 2 years to get to a complete application. Many, many studies to the point where, we know what we can build and how we can build it, and even to move that building an inch would cause us a lot of pain. And I think if someone was to tell us that it now needed to be housing, I don't think you will ever get anything built here. And that's just the function of the market, right? Like it goes beyond us at this point. You talk about how the world changes, it's shifting underneath us as we speak when it comes to kind of construction financing, banks, and the way they look at you. So it is a lot of moving parts where we are trying to get to a point and get the project to a point where it's just not discretionary, and we have a lot of hurdles still in front of us, but they're measured and we know what they are, right? From solving the outreach, from solving the soil remediation, all of those things we're comfortable and understand that. But when you're in this stage here where it's discretionary, you can't get past that hurdle. Banks won't take you serious. And part of the reason, the project that was housing back in 2008, it got to like an environmental scoping. It didn't go further than that. And the project didn't pencil. And similar to today, 2008 there was a banking crisis. And what's different now is that the banking crisis has hit construction financing more than ever. So if you layer on that with the cost of financing, we all know about interest rates, and then the cost of construction, these deals are very, very tough to pencil. And I can tell you on a lesser scale than this, we came into this because there was a number on a page that was certified as 250 keys. That gives you the certainty to move forward, right? That along with the 2019, you can understand that. And whether people like the way it is, that's the way in order to get anything developed works. And so to go back and say, you know, you might, because if we looked at this project as a housing and you have to understand risk, we're going to say you can build 56 keys, right? And you could say, well, no, I can get you 200. Well, we're going to be back starting over this process, right? And we're going to go back to get to this point today and say, hey, here's our 200 keys. And then we're going to, and there's going to be other things that are going to pop up, right? Even building housing on site, if we were to keep our key count, then we're worried about setbacks, then we're worried about open space, then we're worried about blocking people's views even more. So, you know, the part of the reason why we are able to get to this point in the comfort level is that, you know, there is a number on a page, and I think it gets overlooked a little bit, but the Wrights did do a lot to kind of provide. I mean, they had one big piece of land, and they agreed to allow Jan and Ollie and Garden Street to be put through because there was a guarantee that this property could be developed and that you could be developed with these uses, right? And so, yes, the world has changed, but at the same time, they built these improvements. And then in 1997, they went through the next study to make sure Garden Street got pushed through, right? So there's a lot of history here, and it goes way beyond our time, but all of these things have been in motion for a long, long time.
Thank you.
I appreciate that.
I'm going to have Commissioner Boss go ahead of me, and then I'm going to ask everybody to hold on and let me have my turn, but let me have you come in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was looking at the EIR again. It of course says hotel or motel not to exceed 250 rooms, but it also says multiple family residential subject to the restrictions and limitations of the R3 zone. Is there a specific number tied to that?
R3? Ms. DeBus, could you share with us what R3 in this area would include, please?
Sure, Chair Bonderson and Commissioner Boss. So under R3, there's a base density, which I believe I said was 56 units. And then we have variable density above that. So it depends on your bedroom mix as to how many units you can ultimately get up to.
Thank you. So both are certified, the 250 rooms, but also the figures that you just.
Yes.
Thank you.
And to build on that, I'm assuming that the 91 from the previous proposed project, in some configuration, they may manage to get from 56 all the way up to 91.
That is correct. I would need to double check because they were condominiums, and condominiums did allow a bonus density to provide some upper middle income units, so I'm not positive if that was included, but yeah, approximately up to 90.
All right.
Actually, just to make a note, the staff report does include that 91 units, 20 were affordable and 14 were bonus density.
Okay. Okay, well, I'm going to just go ahead and get started with my questions, and I will promise everyone in the room when I'm done with my questions, we will be able to take a small break and extend our legs and get something to drink. Unless, show of hands, you'd like your break now. Would you like to take a break now? We can do it. I can wait a little bit longer. Yes? Okay, well, the democracy wins. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We will reconvene at 4:43, please. Thank you. I could wait.
Well, I think some of the questions you asked, but I think the key here is not that. I think the key here is to get money from the TOT on this project into the health fund. And if we continue this hearing into after council approves the health fund, which they'll do, that's what the ordinance. I'm still on board with that. Yeah, I know. I just, I can't go there. Really no different. We need it.
We are reconvening at 4:44 PM, and we left off with me being the remaining planning commissioner to do questions, so we'll continue the question period now. And I will start by asking Ms. DeBusk, I did send a series of questions to you. Would you prefer that I just ask the question, have you answer, so that we can get some of this information? Or would you like me just to share the information so I can spare you? I just want to make sure that the two questions that I asked you, the information is shared. May I just read it?
Sure thing.
Okay, so it's not a question, it's a statement, but it's meant to be providing some information. We did hear today, my fellow commissioners also asked, but the question I sent to staff was, how many extended stay units do we currently have active or in the permitting process in our city? And I asked to have any rooms that may be in process, they've been approved but not yet completed, both inland and in the coastal zone. The answer is all hotel units are allowed to offer stays up to 30 days, and that does not require a kitchen to do so. Anyone can stay in a standard hotel room for up to 30 days. Extended stay rooms typically provide something akin to a kitchen, so the occupants could prepare meals in the units if they choose. As of 2019, so that's obviously not today's numbers, the city had a total of 1,902 hotel rooms in the coastal zone and an additional 1,223 units inland. So that is a total of 3,125 as of 2019, and we do know that more hotels have been proposed and permitted since that time. Whether they are completed or under construction, they are in the process. The next question was very similar, but it was with the specific of short-term rental units. Obviously, that's not a formal hotel extended stay, but another option for tourists to possibly stay up to 30 days. And that's different for a number of reasons, but in the city, short-term rentals are considered the same as hotels. So they go through the same process. And based on that 2019 lower cost visitor accommodation study, there were 7 approved short-term rentals in the coastal zone and 20 approved 20 approved short-term rentals inland. So if that provides us with some immediate numbers, of course, they're old numbers. Those numbers have increased. They haven't remained the same and they haven't decreased. But that's a place for us to start today. Okay, so my questions will commence with this, and I don't know who to ask. It could be up in the air. Somebody please volunteer if you know the answer. Do we have any records that share with us the amount of occupancy rates in any hotel configuration? How many rooms sit empty throughout the year? How many rooms are at full capacity every day of the year? I'd like to know if we have that type of study. It may not exist, but I'd like to know if it does. Do we have that type of record?
Chair Bonderson, I'm not aware that the city has that type of record. Perhaps another group such as Visit Santa Barbara might have information.
Okay. And I do see requests to speak. I'm curious to know if you have an answer for me.
Staff, Ms. Allison is correct. The visitor, something is.
Visit Santa Barbara?
Visit Santa Barbara, yeah, they have those numbers on what vacancy, what the
Okay.
vacancy factor is.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge, for the confirmation. That might be something that we want to obtain for projects that come before us from here forward whenever we're discussing this type of subject. Thank you for the feedback. My next question is for the applicant. So I'll have one of you guys step up here when you feel ready to know which one it will be. And I was curious to know, you have discussed quite a bit today why housing was not part of your project. Financially, for development purposes, I understand timing was an issue. But if you were to walk out of here with some sort of incentive or requirement even to include residential, would you be in a position to consider a mixed-use type of project, to reconfigure this so that you could find outcomes financially that would be feasible for your team, but that would also give back to what the community is asking for, the demand that we have and what the Planning Commission seems to be very concerned about today? Take time and money out of it for a second. Could you find ways to get your key count and also meet the demands that we're asking for? Looking at it with a different set of eyes.
Meaning we could go more dense, like say we needed 250
Assume that that's
keys.
your answer. I mean,
Yeah.
tell us what you would need.
I think to Brian's point, the mix is not ideal. And I think when we think through operations, it's not ideal. So I'm not going to say no, but it is a tougher discussion when you start to mix the two.
Take ideal out of it.
Yeah.
And tell me, would you consider mixing the use to get what you need out of it and to meet us with what we need out of it?
Assuming it didn't open up a can of worms, so if we got through this part and then we had to go to coastal, and coastal has a say or coastal says something, we just don't want to open up a can of worms as we talked about earlier. So I think we're open to looking at it. There's an unknown here that makes it really hard, because we get to a point where someone can tell us, hey, we really think you could do 100 units, we'll all support you. But there's so many other entities and so many other balancing acts where it gets to a point where you just got to balance whether or not it's worth the risk. I mean, the amount of time and money we've spent to this date.
I hear you. I really want to sort of emphasize the fact that in 2019, when you came forward, I was actually at that hearing. I was on your side of the podium. And I went through the minutes, I went through the recordings, I looked at what some of the commissioners were asking you for, and I actually printed out the previous staff report and the minutes, and I put them side by side trying to find the differences, other than the obvious ones that you've highlighted, solar panels and some parking configurations. And the main difference that I found was one type of room use. It was 129 and 131, and today it's, oh, excuse me, did I get that right? 129 and 131, and now it's like 120 and it's 130.
120, yep.
Right? So the configuration is almost the same, but no consideration was given to housing. No thought was given to what was asked of you to come back with a proposal that might make the panel feel that they had been heard. Now, there's only 2 planning commissioners here that were on that panel, but the rest of us followed through with, our research. And I'm really interested to know what compelled you to come back with a project that didn't check off any of those requests, those suggestions that were made that day.
Yeah, I think in our mind, again, working with planning staff and the requirements to even get to this point, we think extended stay was a hybrid, right? Where at the end of the day, it was a hotel, and we chose, the hotel route because of all the reasons we discussed earlier. And extended stay provides, a hybrid option, in our opinion, to kind of get all the way there, or not get all the way there, but also meet kind of our needs and what we need to do to operate. So I think we're open. I think the idea of putting it on site is very, very difficult. Because I think even if we get through that, it's, how does coastal react to that?
Well, and I don't want to have you explain
Sure.
you did it twice, and I got you. I got it. It makes a lot of sense to me. I understand the business aspect. I'm more interested in making sure that when we decide what we're going to decide today, that both sides feel equally happy.
Sure.
And I know that there's a lot of people who've spoken about this project that don't feel like this fits in that location in the community. So what do we need to do to appease them? You've come here and you've asked us, what do we need to do? But from 2019 to today, nothing has changed. So we need to have a hyper-focused conversation about that. The people who spoke today with regard to the neighborhood, the funk zone, or living across the street have shared certain concerns, including types of usage that are allowed on an HR2 site. And it doesn't look like there was any consideration given to those options, those ideas. So my interest today is to understand if you're willing, take time and cost, it's not what you're what you're wishing for, you put it over here and you relook at this project, would you be willing to rethink this project to get community benefit for the community, not for the tourists? Tourists give us money, but it doesn't solve any of the problems that we have in our community today.
Right. As long as there's a bracket around it, because again, there's this theory and this unknown, and it's just really hard to business plan and move it forward, right? So the idea of us saying, okay, let's go back and study, we would be going into a black box and not really knowing, and I don't know that anyone has the answer. So then again, that just, if there was a set game plan to how we do that, we would absolutely look at it, right? I mean, even from the housing study, I mean, in the break, we talked about why didn't we provide a housing study? And we all questioned what that is. Honestly, that we don't even know how to do that.
Well, it's
right?
funny because that was going to be my next question.
So the amount of hoops we had to jump through and the things that we analyzed, and then to get to the point where it's like, well, why didn't you do a housing study? And I said, why didn't we do a housing study? And we don't even know where to begin. There's no set of rules. I'm sure you don't want me doing it personally. I can, but you know what I mean? Like, we can figure out a way, but it's the idea where we just get spun into this vicious cycle of well, that's not right, this is right. We need, so.
Yeah, and I don't want to deliberate now. This is meant to be my question period, but I do want to just mention that when a project of this caliber and of this quality, there is certain types of studies that would be required, just like any other project, and the housing study for a site that's delineated for the possibility of housing should have and would have been on your list. So, it's unfortunate it was missed, but it may be required. My next question actually goes to transportation, so I'll give you a break. Thank you for your standing, and I'll welcome our transportation planner. We haven't heard from you, so go ahead and introduce yourself for the record.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. Chair Bonderson, I'm Michelle Bedard. I'm with Associate Transportation Planner, Public Works.
Thank you. It's nice to see you, Ms. Bedard. So my first question has to do with this project. It seems like an excellent example of why we need to set the infrastructure for projects, and there's been a lot of discussion here today about the train station being our point of what we keep referring to as transportation options being nearby. Do we have any statistics that share with us how many of our workforce coming from either the north or the south use the train as their main form of transportation?
Chair Bonderson, that is a great question, but I do not have that data.
I'm sorry, I didn't think of sending it to you ahead of time to prepare you. I apologize. My second question is, do we have statistics specifically for this project? Has there been any data provided about the specific environmental impacts of having employees living closer to this site in comparison to having the number of vehicles that this may generate coming in?
Chair Bonderson, another great question. Our traffic generation analysis analyzes the impact of the project, and in that, as the parking demand study referred to, the parking demand study evaluated the city just straight zoning code, and then the zoning code with the residential units, and then the parking demand. In the parking demand study, we also evaluated, similar to the zoning ordinance with the multifamily residential standards, we used the ITE rates that considered apartments as well as hotels. That demand does not, in general, that demand, the ITE rates are considered to account for employees as well as hotels, guests, not separately.
And if you were to look at, and I'm not sure if I got this, but if you look at the statistics that you have, I'm not sure if you generated both, but if you were to look at how this property would generate all those impacts if it were residential only, or if it was hotel and employees only. How do those numbers compare to one another? Which one would be more adversely impactful?
Chair Bonderson, thank you. So for instance, we didn't evaluate the project as for housing, considering housing is not proposed. Sorry, explain the rest of your question. No.
Well, I guess if you didn't do it, that's already part of my answer. I was interested to know if there was a study in place, and perhaps it would have or should have been done by an applicant. I'm assuming it hasn't been done, to be able to understand if there were 250 units hotel versus 250 units residential. Now, I know we wouldn't get to 250 residential, but developing this site with the two different formats, which would generate more adverse conditions, or would they be identical? Because maybe if they're identical, the way that the site could be developed, then that might be one of the concerns that would go off the table. Do you know, just from past experience looking at projects, not this site specifically, which one generates more traffic and air pollution and the things that we're concerned about here today?
So that's a difficult question to answer because we look at site-specific projects as well as the proposed projects, and then we look at potential intersection impacts. So I can't really particularly give any figures there. I could say, and maybe this doesn't help answer your question, but in respect to residential and parking, the AB 2097, as has been said before, would not require any parking for the residential use.
So in other words, if this project were to add housing, or if it were to convert fully to housing, then parking would be removed, or it wouldn't be required for those additional residential units. So
correct, under AB 2097.
That to me is a benefit enough to want to introduce some housing, because we don't have to take vehicular parking into consideration. Okay, thank you for that. And there was a slide. It feels like so long ago, but it was, I believe, 29. If you pull it up, I can confirm. It may have changed quickly while I was trying to write it down. And it discussed alternative forms of transportation. Let's see, there it is. Transportation demand management encourages employees to utilize alternative modes of transportation, bike, bus, trains, and shuttles. From my knowledge, and I'm not a specialist on this, my understanding is that low-wage employees who do not live in our community but are potentially in Lompoc or in Ventura, Oxnard, Camarillo, they don't typically use the train. And I'm not asking you to verify that. I've just heard that. That's my understanding. That's not their main form of transportation due to cost and also due to vicinity of where they may live in comparison to the train station in their local community where they live. So that leaves bike, bus, and shuttle. And bike isn't going to work if they're coming from those communities. Do we currently have a bus or a shuttle that is, at this moment, supporting employees from those communities into the Funk Zone?
Chair Bonderson, I believe that would be maybe more of a question of the applicant, but I'm thinking maybe there's the bus shuttle services that the employers can pay for. I believe that's an option.
Maybe the California Hotel, for example, do they have this service in place? A clean air bus shuttle that goes to Ventura?
I know those buses operate, but I couldn't tell you which hotels use those services.
Okay. And I would assume, correct me if I'm wrong, that this would be part of the conditioning to require the operator to include it as part of the project once it's built. Is that correct?
Correct. There's a transportation demand management section in the conditions of approval. This is one of them.
Yeah, it discusses bus passes, but I understand bus passes to be MTD buses, and if they don't live in our local community, that's not going to help anything. So do we need to condition this further to include those type of buses or shuttles that take them into outside communities such as all of the above, Lompoc, Ventura, Oxnard, Camarillo? I don't know how far we're planning on taking this.
Chair Bonderson, if there's concerns that the findings to support the project cannot be made, and those are conditions that would help you to make those findings, then yes, they could be added.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to stay on the idea of conditions for a moment, and I'm going to probably need to direct this at Ms. Ostringer, although maybe someone else is the right person, you'll tell me. Are we in a position as the Planning Commission deciding, making decisions on this, to put a condition for conversions of use, change of use has this ever been done before in our community where we may permit this as an extended use? They're designed as with full kitchens and bedrooms, and then sometime down the line, say 25 years down the line, the condition is that they get converted to residential. They have the opportunity to make their money up front as a hotel, but then they give back to the community at a later time?
Chair Bonderson, I don't know that we would
that ever-
impose a condition, but I'll turn it over to Ms. DeBus to talk about how we deal with changes of use.
Thank you. Yes, if they came in on their own and wanted to convert the hotel units to residential, the ones with kitchens, we've already analyzed it for density, so they could convert those with no problem. We'd need to look at it as to whether, it was an amendment to the CDP or somehow exempt from coastal review, but that's certainly a process that would be available. And then they would get credit for the non-residential floor area that could be
At
applied.
that time, they would get the credit?
At that time, yes, because it only happens after they convert it to another use.
I'm going to give an example, and I'd love to hear if this has ever been done before. Now, my example is about housing to housing, but there are certain properties in the county that were designed as affordable housing, and then at the 25-year mark, they get released to the market value. And that's just one example of like how there's a condition of what they do originally and then how it gets changed in the future. Have we ever seen any type of those conditions placed on any type of project in the city?
Chair Bonderson, we also have, affordable housing covenants that expire, so that certainly can happen. I can't think of it for other uses where it converts after a certain period of time. I don't recall any projects like that. And I did want to add to my prior answer, there would be an issue with converting to residential is that they're not providing open space necessarily, so we would need to review it to see if open space was complied with. So essentially, we would check every zoning requirement and ensure that the project is meeting it at that time.
And with the discussion of open space, open yard, would that be the requirement at the time of the conversion in, let's say, hypothetically, 25 years? It wouldn't be today's open yard?
That is correct. And that's assuming they come in voluntarily at that time. We would look at it at that time.
Do you believe, or maybe Ms. Ostringer, is there room to condition this from our side of the table, or it has to be an offering from the applicant?
Chair Bonderson, I really don't see it from this side, and just as an aside, I think to think about it is, we could be conditioning this project, and then the council makes a zone change, and we've got a condition on this, on the project that is not going to work it would be contrary to like the underlying zoning if the.
I understand. How much of that attitude is placed on the 1983 EIR or specific plan? Because we're looking at it 40 years down the line, and there's some things that don't seem to apply today. Does that same kind of attitude that things change and you don't want, zoning could change, this could change, that can change, conditions change, how much does this EIR that we're looking at really fit our community today?
Chair Bonderson, that is certainly true for all zoning. I will say that the zoning for this site hasn't changed. It has stayed the same. And if it were not appropriate, it could be looked at for a rezone. Sorry, I lost my train of thought for your second part of your question. In the EIR, yes, things do become stale, and again, that's why we didn't rely on the EIR and tier off of it for this new project. We thought it was appropriate to look at it look at all issue areas, and that's why we felt that using an exemption was more appropriate than an addendum to that older EIR.
Legally, are we as a planning commission, as a deciding body, in a position to require a brand-new, fresh EIR?
Chair Bonderson, you are essentially making a determination as to what the appropriate level of environmental review is. If you find that perhaps an exemption is not appropriate, or you think more study is needed, then you could direct staff to go down that path.
Okay, thank you. Also procedurally, can we as a planning commission require that a project like this return again? I know that this is not conceptual review. They did that in 2019, and then they would come back. We would expect them to come back. This is not a concept review. Is there a possibility, based on our review process, to ask the applicant to come back again if we were to give them the time? Let me preface this. I don't want to, Mr. Gilbert said that there's a lot of variables. There's a lot of answers that he can't answer today without time. I hear that. I think it's really important, and it wouldn't be fair for us to demand those answers and then decide without the answers. So that being said, if we were to help move this along, but we require those answers before final approval from the Planning Commission, could we require them to come back again?
Chair Bonderson, the way that you would require them to come back again is if you continue the project rather than issuing a decision. Once you issue a decision, that will stand.
That's it. Okay, thank you. Existing items. Is there any option in our conditions of approval to help the local uses and support their replacement elsewhere as part of this process, so that we don't just vacate them? So right now there's, okay, you already understand my question. Do you understand my question, or should I repeat it?
Chair Bonderson, as I understand it, the existing use is on-site. That's a private business deal between the property owner and those businesses, and they need to work that out themselves.
Got it. Thank you. That is a perfectly clear answer, has nothing to do with us here today. Thank you. I am just going to quickly double check. I don't want to miss anything. Oh, yes, I do have two more things. On page 8 of our staff report, that's 8 of 142, item E, housing. It reads, "The proposed project does not include housing units." That's stated as a fact. "The specific plan requires an analysis of short-term and long-term impacts upon the city's housing stock as discussed in the 1983 specific plan final EIR." So I was interested to know where that analysis of the current project is in context with our current housing conditions. Do we have that report? Has it been done? And if so, who would have done it?
Is your question
It's been,
the analysis of short-term?
yes.
So that's the report that has not been submitted by the applicant.
Okay,
So-
I apologize. That answer sounds familiar, so it was asked. I hear that. So that would be potentially a requirement that we would need to be able to continue forward.
I want to just comment on that a little bit because,
Sure.
Reviewing all these development regulations with the applicant and checking the boxes, make sure they're doing everything. We're also not quite sure about what that type of report would be and how we would analyze it. But it was my understanding that since the second statement there, the study shall develop strategies and programs to minimize any potential adverse impacts consistent with city policy at the time, and that we don't really have a city policy at the time to analyze.
At the time now or at the time? Oh.
So they wrote it back then, so when we were to implement this, and now, we don't have a city policy at
So the
this
hope
time.
was that
So,
we'd get our act together within 40 years and have something in place, and we don't still have that.
so it was difficult to determine what kind of information we would need.
Do you mind if I mean, the thing as we kind of thought through this, because that was kind of what I described,
that
like
the
the unknown.
discussion you were
Yeah,
just having?
it was
Okay.
the unknown of how to actually do it. I mean, the clearest cut way where we think we could help move this project forward, but also satisfy the housing need is we can offer to donate, right? Versus, I know you guys can't condition us, but if there is the housing fund and it's a donation and we agree to that, I mean, that gives us a certainty. We can figure out the number and it allows us to move the project forward. And it is that contribution to the city. And again, we are here standing in front of you to tell you that we are open to doing that. Versus, you know, I understand the legal side and maybe, but if there is a way to do that, I can tell you from our side, it gives us the clearest direction, so.
And that was my question
Okay.
previously when I said, you know, I need to hear from you what your feelings are about
Yeah.
this. What are you willing to do to meet us?
Yeah,
Okay, and my final question is on page 17 of 142, I want to be very clear on my understanding of the findings. Since this is a discretionary body and we need to make sure that we're interpreting and understanding what you're asking from us. Under C, Development Plan Number 2, it reads, "The proposed development is consistent with the principle of sound community planning because the hotel use is allowed in the zone. It is compatible with the neighborhood, and there are no nearby historical resources as described, ... And when we are looking at this, and we're trying to understand the compatibility with the neighborhood, that is up to our discretion, is it not?
Chair Bonderson, yes, that is absolutely correct.
And how would we need to describe our inability to make that finding? Would we need to give you examples of why it is not compatible?
Yes, that is correct.
And just to put it on record, it's page 17 of 142, C2. Thank you for the clarification. This allows us to understand a little bit better what we can and cannot discuss during deliberations. I have two more speakers back up on the screen. I want to make sure that that is for the question period before I move into deliberations. Commissioner Wiscombe and Commissioner Lodge, do you have questions at this time? Commissioner Lodge, do you have questions at this time? Okay, thank you. So at that point, I'm going to go ahead and close our question period. It appears to me that we have some major categories of unanswered questions to sort through that are critical to our deliberations, especially because this is going to be one of the largest, newer developments ground up in our coastal zone with potentially significant impacts to our community and to the environment. And we need to all have the pertinent information at our disposal for our consideration before we can fully and totally deliberate and make decisions. So I just want to suggest that we use this discussion period to identify any preliminary questions, areas of concern, anything that you may feel that we may need, if that is the direction we would like to go, and see what you guys would like to talk about. So I'm going to invite Commissioner Wiscombe immediately to open our deliberations for us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, I'm going to start with the 2019 Planning Commission meeting. Two of us were at that meeting that are here today. We all discussed housing. We were having a housing crisis then. It's been exacerbated by COVID, rising housing prices and rising construction prices, et cetera. So, but it's still there, and it was a reality back then. And all the commissioners found the proposed hotel use acceptable. It's in the specific plan. Councilmember Jordan, then Commissioner Jordan, basically said that the extended stay would probably help with the more midterm or medium-term lower cost uses for the zone, for the coastal zone. And although we all advocated for housing, I think I'm looking at the group here today and I'm thinking that was 2019. We're 4 years later and they're back again. And they're back again based on something that the body up here basically said in concept, go forward because we were in agreement up here. And I think that there has to be some respect for that. It is, the crisis was back then, it's here now. It's just a bigger reality now than it was then. And it's not only due to numbers, it's due to inflation, and it's due to the cost of living here in Santa Barbara. The housing market has skyrocketed here and did during COVID. So that's where I'm going to start. And then I heard a comment from one commissioner say, in the 1983 specific plan, nothing's been done. Well, that's not true. The city has benefited greatly from that specific plan. We had a beautiful thoroughfare now through to Cabrillo on Garden Street. We have Yananali, and those things were benefited the city, and it's time that because that land was dedicated to benefit the city, and those improvements have been in since I think it was 1997, that we honor that. And to say that nothing's been done on the specific plan is incorrect. The city has benefited, the property owner so far has not. There's been a number of people, commissioners here, that want to see some numbers for occupancy stats. We can get those from Visit Santa Barbara, as Commissioner Lodge said. One of the commissioners wants to see how many sites are available for housing in the city. Well, we're going to get a housing element update soon from Planning Commission. When is that coming, Ms. DeBusk? Is it?
May 4th.
May 4th, okay. So that gives us an answer to that question, which I think has probably stumbled this project and this review. So that's on May 4th. And then the HOPE Fund, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, is going to ordinance. It has been at council. They asked it to be cut down to, I think, less uses, let's not divide up the pie quite so much as it was being divided up, and let's get it more concentrated, I think, to the Housing Authority. So after it goes to ordinance, it'll go to council, and we are going to have an Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So we're going to have a housing element update. We're going to have an Affordable Housing Trust Fund called HOPE, which I assume that we will have because every council member and I think every planning commissioner here has advocated for that. And so that's another item that's coming up in the very near future. So the EIR, I want to say, was supplemented by specific studies for this project. Ms. Kennedy showed a list of them, and I think that, where the EIR was done way back when, there have been updated studies specifically for this project. And then with reference to the housing study, no one seems to know what this is. There must have been a purpose back in '83, but I don't know. And, the applicant's throwing up his hands. I think staff is kind of what's supposed to be in this. I don't want to ask the applicant to go back and try to pencil out housing for this site. They've already said doesn't pencil out. What pencils out is the hotel. So, and I think when you look at a project like this, it's important to consider all sides and how long this has taken here, and that the city has benefited from this specific plan. Garden Street is beautiful, and maybe the land on either side isn't so great with the containers and everything else, but it's been a really nice addition. And if we start to see some projects along that are in the lots on the specific plan, we have a chance to see Garden become a real gateway to the city. So, and I think that was one of the objectives of the specific plan. So I guess those are my comments. I really hate to see this continued because we've spent a lot of time here today. But if we could get the occupancy stats that some people want from Visit Santa Barbara, I don't know what we're going to do with that information, but if we could get that, we're going to get the housing element update, so we're going to know the sites available for housing in the city. This was not in the housing element. We already know that. And then we're going to, I think, hopefully very soon, we're going to get HOPE, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So, and we have the other studies that were supplemental and done specifically for this project for the EIR. So if we want to continue it to get those items, I would suggest we continue it, but give the applicant a date as soon as possible after those things happen so we can decide. The only reason why I'm talking about it going to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, it seems like that's where we probably want to go, whether it's a contribution that you make or part of TOT that we recommend to council go to this, or all of TOT. Whatever it happens to be, that we can't do that, according to Ms. Ostringer, until that fund is in place. And I think that's a pretty big priority for council. So I think that's going to happen soon. So I know you've waited a long time. If you could wait like another 60 days, 90 days, I don't know what our schedule looks like. Ms. DeBusk is, we don't have to go through the whole presentation and hearing again. We just have to provide some basic information, and maybe my fellow commissioners have some other things that they want to see. But I think we can take a path forward. But I really do think we owe respect to a planning commission hearing by planning commissioners in 2019. And I feel that way whether I was on the planning commission or not. And the specific plan where the city has benefited for all these years from the improvements that were done for the city. And I think it's time that we just thought a little more broadly about this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. Next, we have Commissioner Boss.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to try to find a path forward honoring 1983, 2008, 2019, and this year. But I have a number of questions and unknowns. So I want to go through those first, and then obviously as a body try to figure out what the path forward looks like. So first, it sounds like we're asking for actual occupancy rates. And I think maybe something specific to the coastal zone would be appropriate, and also looking citywide. So that's an unknown for us. Also, I mean, I want to acknowledge that this project is on a parcel that could house the people who will be constructing it, who will be operating it, people who already live in the neighborhood. And I'm not sure how to reconcile that, but just a thought for now. We need a better understanding of really the benefit to our community. I think we heard that it's a low-cost option rather than an Airbnb for relatives visiting. It sounded like the applicant was open to other uses, to community uses, but open is not a confirmation or a clear direction. I'm curious with the city's local coastal plan, and in the findings, I think it does cite the city's local coastal plan. And under there, I think, are the visitor requirements, and I don't know if that could be tied to any sort of homage to the Funk Zone or connection to the Funk Zone. Sounds like we don't have a plan yet for what is what's currently being stored on site, and I understand that that's a relationship between the property owner and the businesses there, but I am concerned about what is being stored there and business that's being operated there, and not knowing where that will go and how that will impact local businesses. We don't have I guess in terms of the employees or the workforce for construction and for operation, it doesn't feel to me like the applicant has done an adequate job of responding to their requirement, meaning outlining how the project will prevent an impact on our local housing market. And I understand we don't have a clear definition of what that housing study or what that adverse impact would look like. We need to know what that looks like and what that is. Related to the occupancy, we need an understanding of how much transient occupancy tax this project would contribute. So I'm hopeful that we'll get that with the occupancy information. Let's see. One of the notes about transportation and the general conditions on page 31 of 142, I think this was mentioned already, but it does only list MTD, and if the workforce is coming from out of the area, we would need to include additional transportation modes or additional bus passes, just to expand that. Back to the TOT and occupancy, I'm curious what TOT we're receiving from a comparable hotel. Sorry, I'm scanning through my questions or kind of outstanding needs here. I think I did have an outstanding question or unknown about how the 7 housing units assessment was determined. And my understanding is that the applicant was required to provide that assessment, but I may have misunderstood. There have been a few comments about it won't pencil out, and I think that's a preference of the investor, a preference of the owners, the developers, because housing pencils out in plenty of other projects. So I think I don't understand the definition of won't pencil out. I think there were a couple of requests for needing a nexus study, a couple of requests for, I understand that there were a number of studies done to supplement the EIR. So if the rest of the body feels they're comfortable with that, then I'll accept that as well. I think that concludes kind of my unknowns.
Thank you, Commissioner Boss. Next, we have Commissioner Wardlow, please.
Thank you, Chair. My laptop's just died with all of my notes and closing sentiments. So first, I very much agree with a lot of the comments that have been made by my fellow commissioners, specifically on all the outstanding kind of questions in the air and kind of additional materials that we would need to be able to really make a judgment. I do want to, comment on Commissioner Wiscombe's note of the 2019 Planning Commission. I very much understand, and it pains me to the idea of sending this back to, the drawing board. I do understand that 2019 was not that long ago, but I do think that the seriousness of the issue with the state and our lack of meeting our RHNA numbers is something that we should take more seriously when we're assessing whether or not we're going to move forward with a development that would exclude the opportunity for housing at a place that could have housing. given that we've asked multiple questions regarding the applicant's willingness to provide any housing on site for workforce, the consideration of housing as a full plan apparently just doesn't pencil out. I understand that, time kills all deals and that there's concern that, this is going to take forever. But my concern is that this is a project that will be here forever. And today, I do not feel like I can make the findings that this will not adversely impact our community. And with that, I'd like to make a motion to deny.
Let's go ahead and let's wait on formally moving forward with motions. We'll come back to you to make that when it's time. Next, we have Commissioner DeLuccio, please.
Thank you, Chair. So the housing element, I know it's like 282 pages, and one I had looked at a while back, and actually La Cumbre Plaza probably would be the big call out on that one. I know we have to do 8,001. I don't know where they came up with a 1, but 8,001 housing units before 2031. And I think La Cumbre Plaza is a big part of that, identified as a big part of that. So as going down my list, I want to acknowledge that the applicant, over these years, we did benefit from Gardner Street. It looks really nice there. And if this, whatever gets developed there, if it's housing or if it's a hotel, sooner than later is probably better. You're going to clean up that site. The site is really an eyesore right now. And I'm confident that when we do move forward, that the applicant would work in good faith to work with the tenants on that site to give them adequate notice and for relocation. Now, something that the applicant did offer up was some fees to the housing fund. If they, city attorney can help me with this, if they volunteer to, as part of moving forward with this, to give some fees to the housing fund, that's doable, correct? If they volunteer it.
Correct. It would be hard for me to do that on the fly today.
And I'm not saying we should do it today. I think we perhaps need to continue this hearing. I don't know about 90 days, and when we continue it, a couple of things I would like to see would be more community outreach. I was kind of surprised. The chair tells me not to keep saying this. I was on another commission for many years, and community outreach was like up front. A lot of community outreach is typically done up front. I'm hearing from the applicant that they didn't do any real community out front to the neighborhood or to the residents, even the businesses. So I would want to be part of this continuation for them to at least reach out to the community with their concerns on this project. And also, again, to work with the city to see if there's a way to maybe give some fees to the house, if they want to volunteer to give some fees to the housing fund, to come up with some kind of nexus to do that. We keep going back to the study that was done, the specific plan in 1984. I'm not saying we should do an EIR now. I wouldn't. That's a long process. If we were going to put you through an update to an EIR, that would take forever. But I would like to try to find a way. At that point, there was 7. It says there could be demand for 7 new housing units. In my mind, there's probably demand for more than 7 at this time, and that's what I was trying to get out of the thing that was spelled out in the specific plan, to come up with some kind of update for long-term impacts or short-term impacts to the housing stock. So if there's some way, maybe the applicant and staff can discuss it, what that number could be. I'm tying it in with how you volunteer to put some fees into the housing fund. You have some kind of nexus, some kind of rationale to do that, and maybe it's coming up with how many more units could you perhaps today for workforce housing would have to come up with a possible volunteer contribution to the housing fund. So those are my thoughts right now, and I agree with that perhaps there should be a continuation. I know there's not a motion on the floor now. You may want to make your motion, but
Let's hold on with motions,
Yeah.
please. We still have 2 more speakers.
thank you.
I would like to give the opportunity to Commissioner Lodge to speak before I have any repeat speakers.
Well, I'm sitting here feeling very conflicted. And I was delighted when years ago the owners of the property came to the city with a proposal for all housing on that site. But that didn't pencil out apparently, whatever, and it didn't happen. There's no way it's not going to have an adverse effect on the housing situation, and which is bad enough. But back in 1984, yeah, when I was here then, and would I have voted on yes for it then if I knew what I know now? I don't know. You know, the freeway was being planned. We needed the connection from where the freeway, from Yananali down to the railroad track, through the property, and the owner dedicated that property to the city so that the street could be put through. And part of that whole deal was that there would be a hotel on that parcel. So but I also kind of agree with Commissioner Wiscombe, and that the city has made so many, has adopted a specific plan, and the point of the specific plan is to give the developer some certainty, and it has continued the specific plan. So it doesn't seem quite right to say at this point, okay, sorry, you can't go ahead with it. So as I said, I'm conflicted.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. And I have Commissioner Wardlow. Did you want to speak again?
Yes, sorry. So thank you again for everyone's time. So to me, when we're being asked to assess whether or not this has an adverse impact on our housing market, I think that everyone up here would say it does. We're not able to articulate exactly how because we do not have a study. We have not been provided a whole host of information that I think would be required to be able to accurately answer that question. But what is clear is that there is no specific benefit to the community, to the residents, to the people that really live here, and that's of grave concern to me. It also is including aspects of this project that are antithetical to what we as Santa Barbara propose that we want, which is a fair wage for our local employees. And this project is specifically calling out that employees will not be from Santa Barbara and that they will be from out of town, and that this plan does not adequately address how they are going to have transportation here, where they're going to park, what types of subsidies that there will be provided for that. And so since this project is not going to be able to pay a living wage for Santa Barbara employees to participate, and I feel there's inadequate information regarding how the external labor force is going to commute, I have real concerns about this project. And I do, with respect to Commissioner Lodge's position, this plan was developed a long time ago, and it is for the purpose of giving certainty to developers. And I apologize. I truly feel badly that we're in this situation where you've done all of this work and we as a community are at a point where the housing crisis is so dire that this is a real concern for us. And so I just wanted to elaborate on that and my concerns.
Thank you, Commissioner Wardlow. Commissioner Boss, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure that we're all understanding that the developer's not required to go only with a hotel. The permitted uses are recreational open space or public parking or the hotel or multiple family residential. So it's not a requirement to only do a hotel. We're not stuck with just that. There are 3 options.
Thank you, Commissioner Boss. Did you want to follow up? I'm going to just entertain this for one more time, and then we'll move on.
And that what Commissioner Boss's point was the point that I meant to make, which is I don't want this to be proposed as we are taking away something that was definitely given to the property owner. There are multiple uses that were allowed to be provided on this property, so it is not that that any of these discussions are saying that we are taking away the complete option of the use.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and take my turn, and by doing so, close deliberations. But I do want to have my turn, so please be patient. It's a long day. We want to wrap this up as quickly as we can and go through the appropriate steps to get where we need to be. So to complete deliberations, I just would like to say, as we all know, this is such an important site. It comes with an important history, the Wright family. There was a good intention, a good faith effort in all the work that was done in 1983. Mr. Cornell has discussed his homage to all of the efforts and thought behind that family's intentions to invest in this community. And so when we talk about why this is not just a site that can be developed from the ground up, but it's also somewhat of an entry point into our community. It's an important location. It's a place that has a lot of opportunities. Commissioner Boss just reminded us that there's a lot of options designated. So whoever the developer may have been or is going to be has an endless array of options. And that's why I brought up the idea of mixed use. And I was curious to know if mixed use was ever actually thought about during this process. Perhaps it was, and it may not have penciled out. But I agree with the idea that some of the commissioners have expressed here, that I don't see it as a community benefit. I see it as a visitor benefit. I see it as a tourist exclusive benefit. At the way that it's been proposed here today in our staff report, it doesn't even include the option of being the option on paper today, is that it's not even open to the locals. We shouldn't step foot on there and take a walk on the premises, enjoy a meal, enjoy the amenities. And to me, that closes the door on what I understand as a community benefit. Now, we might want to respect the previous planning commissioners. They certainly put a lot of thought and time on their deliberations in 2019. But as I mentioned, we're revisiting a very similar project, and the world has changed. The numbers of our requirement, state mandated requirement for housing has gone up, and we are not close. We are even farther away to meeting those in our community than we were in 2019. So yes, in fact, things have changed. And this project, as proposed, coming before us today, has not changed as much as the times, the 4 years. So proportionately, it didn't evolve with the 4 years that you've had to look at it. And to me, that's unfortunate. I would never want to just give you a hard no and say, you know, this doesn't work, too bad. I understand the time, I respect the efforts and the time that goes into projects like these. And therefore, when I express this, I just want to say I feel that some of the items that we've discussed here today that were left unanswered, or some of the items that the applicant expressed was unclear, those are unfortunate for both sides. There could have been, should have been opportunities that were created at the 2019 hearing that would have asked the applicant to come back with these types of numbers when they were ready to come back. That was a missed opportunity. And therefore, today, reviewing what we have in front of us feels a little bit premature, because we don't have a lot of these studies that have been listed off during this conversation. And whether or not the housing study that's in the document is something that's achievable, maybe that's something we make an exception to and we say, you know what, it's not fair to ask for that, it's not clear. But there are other things that have hard data that would help us to make this decision more appropriately. Additionally, I feel that from a city standpoint, we have a responsibility to set up our infrastructure to support projects that are coming in, not just this one, but future projects. This is not new, I say this a lot, where our transportation department, I don't want to say anything without having a basis behind it. They are very likely doing this work behind the scenes, and it hasn't come to us, so I don't know where we stand. But I'm constantly asking for the connections between our neighboring communities to be enhanced and to be really transparent in where we are in that process, so that when a project is asking from us to have employees coming from outside of our community, which we expect, I don't think it would be fair for us to say you need to have 100% of your staff here. That would be a limitation that would be probably close to impossible for you to uphold, and it would also be unfair to families that need to come into our community for their work but can't live here. So by saying that, I feel that it's our responsibility from our from what we can work on, and that is to improve our train system to be more cost-effective for low-wage families, to have shuttles that are not the responsibility per se of the property owner, so that you don't have to set up that as part of your conditional use to get buses to go back and forth. That should be something that lands on us to feed into the entire neighborhood, that anyone that's working there can benefit from it, not just the people working on your property. And so I'm just hoping, as always, and this is something I've said before, that we can count on our transportation department to constantly be improving these. And I believe they are. I would love to know more, but I believe they are. There's always an intention to make public transportation more, not just cost-effective, but actually to reach the communities that we need to reach. And we don't currently have an outstanding system in place. Next, we discussed the fees to the housing fund, and I appreciate that the applicant stepped forward and made that suggestion. I like where you're going. I like how you're thinking. You're trying to come up with some new solutions, which is going to be very welcomed when hopefully we see you again, and if we decide to go that route. But I also think that just feeding money in from every applicant, and this is not aimed at you, but if this were to be the norm, then nobody would have to provide housing. We would just keep feeding in funding as a get-out-of-jail-free card. And so I really feel like we need to be looking at what we need and not just finding ways around what we need. So I think good things have come out of the specific plan. I do agree with Commissioner Wiscombe on that. It's laid out a system on Garden Street with so much potential. But I just have to say that the project we have before us, in my opinion, isn't necessarily the best solution to benefit the community further. And we want something that benefits the community as a whole. So I just want to suggest that if we have the opportunity to look at the housing that was laid out in the specific plan, the 7 housing units, perhaps it could go somewhere in the proposal that you already have. I know our architect on this project, Mr. Cornell, has expertise and so much creativity to design for employee housing. So the last thing I would like to talk about is the nexus that we are required to make if we are to deny a project like this. And I will just articulate again, on page 17, we have item C, development plan number 2, which asks for principles of sound community planning because the hotel use is allowed in the zone and is compatible with the neighborhood, and there's no nearby historical resources. To me, the nexus is the housing crisis. To me, the city is far below meeting state RHNA obligations, and that is the nexus. So if there's no specific benefit to the community, if we're not meeting our obligations, that alone should be a nexus of why we need to rethink a project like this. And if the affordable housing crisis mandates a balance of visitors and visitor-serving units on-site employee housing, then that should be part of how we solve this if we are willing to continue this project, if my colleagues are interested in discussing that further or putting a motion on the table, so that we can give opportunities, so that we don't deny a project like this. There's so much potential, and I'm hoping that we can work together to get us there. So at this point, I would like to ask my colleagues.
Chair Bonderson, I believe the applicant still has 5 minutes left.
Can we go ahead with a motion or?
No, the
Oh, they
applicant-
still have 5 minutes left.
I still have, that's why I
understood.
said 5 minutes.
I thought you were telling me to hurry up.
Well, that too.
I mean, we all are in agreement with that. So I just felt like we have 5 minutes to get through this, but you have your 5 minutes. Good
5
use.
minutes and 21 seconds.
I love how you brought that back to us.
I'll try to be very quickly, and I want to give Sean some time as well. I think, first of all, I think Sean is, by offering funds, is very important. As I said before, I believe that much of the TOT should go to housing. This community has done nothing to deal with this massive crisis that you're talking about. I'm in the trenches of this world, and I can't tell you how difficult it is to get housing approved. It is a challenge, and you cannot expect to put the burden of this crisis on this applicant. We started with the project that came to the commission in 2019 was a different developer. I take full responsibility for maybe not hearing at that meeting the importance of somehow integrating housing. I honestly, it just did not dawn on any of the team. But in the process, the land changed hands. Another deal was done with the Wright family. And Sean has been working diligently since, I think we started working with you, Sean, in early 2021. We first applied in November of 2021, and we just got accepted as an application. It took a year and a half to get up to accepted as an application. Countless studies and incredible work has been done, and I'm a little frustrated because if an applicant can't rely on a specific plan, then what the hell are we asking for specific plans for? So a few things as far as the questions have been asked. I have no idea what occupancy rates are going to tell you. Are you trying to find out that we don't fill our hotels enough and therefore we don't need more hotel rooms? Look, you're going to look at COVID, you're going to see horrible occupancy rates. I know, I'm on the DO board. If somebody has an 80% or 75% occupancy rate, they're thrilled, right? That works for them. But what is it going to tell you that our hotels have a 70% occupancy rate? What's the information going to tell you? 2.5 acres were donated by the Wrights to the city to build Garden Street. At today's land cost, that's about $10.8 million worth of land that they donated to this city without asking for anything. They already had their specific plan. They gave that land in advance, unilaterally, to do that. So I'm very troubled by what I hear. We could go on for 90 days or 120 days and we could do these studies. I don't know how we do a housing analysis. How the heck do I determine how 250 hotel rooms, what that impact is on the housing stock of Santa Barbara? You tell me, seriously, who's going to do that and how long do you think that's going to take and how much do you think that's going to cost? So sensing the tenor of this commission, I think you should take the owner up on the money, and I think he'll stand by that offer. But frankly, I know that time is critical right now in this financial world. And Sean doesn't even know if he can get the financing for this hotel if he gets it approved today. So on behalf of Sean, I want him to finish up here. But if I'm advising him, I'm telling him that you should get a denial today and go to council because otherwise you're in a quagmire with this commission.
I won't be as strong as that, but he's got a point. The reality is the uncertainty kills us, and it's going to kill this deal. And the list of things, knowing that we're going to have to take that list and try to figure out what we have to do, it's going to be impossible. It's going to be a black box, and we can continue it. And it's just, we're not going to be able to get at the answers. And then that'll open up more questions, right? So the easiest way, and the thing that is an actionable item, is we can agree to put money in the fund, donate it. We can agree to that number. And then we can also look at employee housing on-site, right? Like, those are actionable. And I can do something with that. Talking about all these housing studies that we're going to spend months figuring out how to actually do that and what's right and what's legal and what's not, it's just going to put us nowhere. So there's actionable items. I think those are the things that you need to hear to help move this thing forward, and we'll do it. Right? And we'll agree to that. And we hear you, because the fact that we didn't address the stuff out in 2019, it was kind of a shock to me because we were asked a lot to do a lot. And we checked 1,000 boxes. And to kind of hear that, I feel like I got in trouble. I'm in the principal's office because I didn't do what I was told to do. But knowing we spent a year and a half just to get a project deemed complete to get to this point. So I feel like if we can get those actionable items, we'll do it, we'll agree to it, and we can move this thing forward, So it's my last spiel.
And are you guys done? I don't want to take any of your remaining time.
I don't know. But I do want to just say I'm really glad that you used that extra time now. I think it was very appropriate. So thank you, Mr. Cornell, for, I know, I heard you. So I never actually got to finish my last closing thought. So I'm just going to finish my deliberation. And then if anyone has questions, please hit your thing if anyone has anything else to say. So I just wanted to say, in conclusion of my thoughts, where I was going with my direction was that I am really hoping that we could find a compromise and to put into your mind in the lack of community outreach that was missing before you even joined this team. Think about what you heard in public comment. Think about what you heard from the Funk Zone representatives of who's in your community. And think about what you might be able to include that might satisfy. Is it a simple little bodega? Is it a little market that's missing in the community? What could you do that could be that significant but still small enough that you could manage it into your existing needs to pencil out your costs? And that way, it would actually mark that last box that says community need. How are you helping this little community that you're coming into? So that concludes my thoughts. Thank you for the opportunity to finish my sentence. And I know that there's additional questions here. Commissioner Whitcomb?
No, I just had a question to Mr. Gilbert because when he was finishing up his statement, you talked about you can look at fees and come back.
Yep.
And you can look at, what was the second one?
Employee housing on-site.
Impact to
On-site.
employee housing. Okay, so those are the two things that you can do. Can you?
And I do, just to address her last item about, we want the community to come in. It was
Right.
really, it was the requirement of parking so that we could have a restaurant that the community could
Right.
enjoy. Whether it's a bodega or not, the code reads, well, you've got a marketplace, park it X, Y, and Z, right?
Right.
It was never our intent. We would love the community. A hotel builds character through its neighborhood, not putting that up. So I just wanted to be clear
Okay.
that that wasn't our intention.
Okay, and then the other thing that I heard from Commissioner DeLucia was outreach to the existing tenants
Yeah.
on the site.
Yep.
So is that something that you can also
Yes.
begin to do?
Yes.
Okay, and what is your time frame on those three items that is comfortable for you to complete them and come back and hopefully get a decision?
Yeah, so so on those three items, I would say the design of employee housing will work with just figuring out how that would lay out, so that's simple. The existing tenants, we're close to the Wright family. I was actually there today, talking with the tenant. So we can make sure that happens in the next week, as far as just figuring out, the existing tenants. And then as far as community outreach, we'd love to have that discussion, right? And again, I think it is a shortfall on my part for not doing that sooner. I think the idea that it's come off that we wanted to be this kind of siloed thing is not accurate, but I could also see it wasn't well communicated by us, so we'll start that process as well. We can do all of that, at least the first two, I think, are actionable within 30 days.
Is that fees and impact to employee?
Yep.
Okay, in 30 days?
Yep.
Okay.
And then the community outreach is something we can start now as well. I don't, it'll be dependent upon the community as far as, if, that's a little gray as far as how far we need to get with them, but we can start that.
Well, I'm more, I think we're more concerned with the existing tenants.
Okay.
And what their response is and what you, as the applicant,
Sure.
are prepared to do for them
Okay.
and what the impacts are on them and what you're prepared to do. And I understand the arrangements there. I mean, I've worked with the commercial fishermen. I know they're on another site there. And, the arrangements, the Wright family has been very generous with the land and the time. And I'm sure that's true with these people also on this site. So but just some idea of what's there, and, you know, we didn't go internally on
Yeah.
the site and really see what's there. So if we could have some sense of that and how you're dealing with that, I think that would be important.
I
And
think we can have actionable items in 30 days.
And I just want to add, you know, the Wright family has made it clear to those tenants for a very long time, since Michael Rosenfeld secured a deal on this, that they've been month to month, and they knew this
That's-
project
yes.
was coming. So
Yeah.
it's not new information. And the other thing, as far as outreach, I mean, I humbly, you know, it would be, if I did outreach to the Villa Del Mar neighbors, for instance, I don't think there is any way to make them happy without making the buildings smaller. So I want to be sure we're not talking about outreach in that regard, because I'm going to have opposition from those neighbors regardless.
no, I think, I was referring more in my questioning to internal
Okay, good.
outreach.
And then
That's-
a
that's
final thing I want to ask, in the process of
in
working.
your other 5 minutes and
No,
20
but
minutes.
this is my question period. But seriously, if we have to add some additional third story to create the housing, is that going to be acceptable to this commission?
Okay, well, that's, and, you know, to be honest with you, I don't even know if that's in our jurisdiction, because right now, the increase to 45 feet from 30 feet is at HLC, and not with us. So that's a whole different thing that we,
But respectfully, I think unless there is some direction from this commission,
Agreed.
I can't be put into HLC saying, well, no, we don't want more 3 stories, but in fact, we needed to build some additional third story in order to allocate spaces for housing.
right, okay. I think that's probably a discussion with staff on that, and I appreciate that. So
I just wanted to give you clarification, because the outreach that Commissioner Wiscombe was talking about was different than my outreach. My outreach was more like, and I hear you, Mr. Cornell, I would just look through the public comment letters, watch this video, and see what's been asked here today from your public feedback. There was a lot of ideas, a lot of people spoke directly on what they could have and would have liked to see. So maybe something fits, something, you know, clicks with you, and you put something on this project, maybe close to Yananali, where it can reach the local residents across the street, or the other parts of the community down the road, that actually helps them. Make sure that you come back with the idea that you've expressed multiple times, that AB 2097 supports you not needing that extra parking, and therefore you can open the amenities. People can come and enjoy your restaurant, and everyone will benefit. You'll benefit from that as well economically. So, you know, find ways to make this site serve and give back to the community that it's in. I would like to use this time now to just move us out of here. Let's,
I want to say a clarification, if I may.
okay, please.
Because I actually, I agree with Commissioner Wiscombe, everything you said. However, I also meant, I think up front, it's more in the next 30 days, if we did a continuation, it's to reach out to the residents around there. Maybe you can do a community meeting or something. That's what I'm
Yeah.
thinking. And then what I'm thinking, obviously, once you maybe get entitlements or whatever, then you should be reaching out to the folks on site to, you know, you said they're on month to month, but also do some outreach to them as well. And I know that some of the things we may be proposing today may have to go to HLC also, if we're talking about any kind of design change or something. I don't know if maybe the city attorney can answer this question. Would they need to do that in the next 30 days? Or would they be coming back, if we had that motion on the floor, would they just be coming back with things they could do, and then it would go to HLC later, if they were going to look
the
at
order.
a design change? They'd come to us first?
Yeah, there would have to be, if you were going to continue this, then they'll come back, and then they'll go back to HLC.
They'll come back to us first. Then it goes back to them, okay.
So at this time, would any of my colleagues like to make a motion for a continuance?
sure.
Go ahead, Commissioner Wardlow.
Oh. Did you want to make your motion for denial, or?
So I really appreciate the feedback, the last comments that you just made. That's a significant change from what you had said previously, that there was no option of employee housing on site. If there is an option of employee housing on site, if there is the option that the community can use the amenities and, frequent the restaurant and utilize the, public market that's there, if there is going to be an ongoing donation, which I assume in the next hearing, if we are to grant a continuance, will be a robust proposal of what that means and where that money's going, how often it's coming, all of that jazz. And then also a significant outreach campaign that you guys do throughout the Funk Zone, where you come back with a real report on what the Funk Zone community says about this development going through. If those 4 things are going to be presented at the next hearing, then I would be supportive of making a motion for a continuance.
So is that a motion?
I will make a motion to continue the item.
I'll second.
And Commissioner Boss seconds the motion. If that is all we need, let's go ahead and take a roll call vote. Ms. Esparza, back to you.
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. I'll take the roll call vote. Commissioner Lodge?
Yes.
Commissioner Wardlow?
Yes.
Commissioner Wiscombe?
Yes.
Commissioner Boss?
Yes.
Commissioner DeLuccio? And
Yes.
Chair Bonderson.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Ms. Esparza. I think we've been clear on what we're hoping to see when you return. Do we need to put a date on a calendar, Ms. DeBusk, at this time, or how do we handle this?
Chair Bonderson, I'd like to check with the applicant because I'm not clear how much time you will actually need. We could certainly put a date, but if it's more than 30 days out, I'm not sure if that's the best idea. If it might be better to just renotice.
Chair Bonderson?
Yes, excuse me, wait, Ms. Ostringer would like the mic.
The motion was made, there was no date. As the motion stands, the continuance is indefinite.
Do we need to remake the motion with the date then?
There needs to be a motion for reconsideration by someone who made supported the motion.
Okay.
And then a second to that.
And then add.
And then a new vote, and then make a new motion.
Okay, so let's go slow so we don't make a mistake. Did you, by any chance, figure out a date?
We will make 30 days happen, so get us back on the agenda.
So just for
Second week of May?
that would be the first week of May, but for the commission's consideration, that is the date we were planning to hear housing element policies, which could take a significant part of the day. So maybe at May 11th would be the next.
Okay, so now I would like to ask for a motion to reconsider, a reconsideration of the motion. Okay,
I'd like to make a motion to reconsider the motion.
okay.
Need a second?
Second, please.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Wiscombe seconded that motion. And now we need to make a new motion with the date of May 11th.
Take a vote, it doesn't need to be a roll call vote.
Okay. So, all in favor, please say aye now.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Commissioner Wardlow,
I'd like to make a
would you-
motion to continue this item to May 11th.
Second.
Okay, so, Mrs. Esparza, let's do another roll call vote to get this on record.
Thank you, Chair Bonderson. I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Wardlow?
Yes.
Commissioner Wiscombe?
Yes.
Commissioner Boss?
Yes.
Commissioner DeLuccio?
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge?
Yes.
And Chair Bonderson.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Yes. And so we will now move to our last item, which is administrative agenda. And I would like to suggest, unless there's any pending announcement that requires us to know of something that's going to happen between today and next Thursday, that we go ahead and postpone this until next week. Are there any immediate announcements?
Madam Chair, I move to waive the administrative agenda. I think we have to make a
Perfect.
motion.
Thank you for doing that. And do we need to, all right. So that will conclude our Planning Commission hearing today for April 6th. Thank you for everyone for hanging in there. And we are closing our hearing at 6:14. Our Our next meeting is tentatively scheduled for next Thursday, that's April 13th, so we will see you soon. Thank you.